Hello. Let's begin. Ishida, how's it going? Not much. Not much is up. Fortunately. So I feel like I'm not very in focus, am I? Nope, that's worse. Nice. That's better. Now we're good. What about you? What are you up to? Are you being productive? Productive? Alrighty, Prismatica, maps, grass, vibe. Let's do this one. Alright. Loop map. There we go. Alright, so what is unhappy right now? Equipment socket. What are you? Not much. Not much. So we were doing a... We're doing a big refactor. That's all I can remember. I kind of want to move some stuff around. Like this. I want to go to Picos. Well, no, it's fine. So, we have entity icon. This is an icon for an entity, believe it or not. And then we initialize the entity icon with the entity object. Is it the parentmost entity? We then get the grid dimensions from the function. We set the desired size, override. This needs to be this is to do. Toto. Global scale value. Set brush from material, image icon, set brush name, blah, 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 do all this stuff. Then for each container element of this entity, construct the widget for theirs. So in our case, this would be the equipment. Now, what is the equipment? What are these? These are equipment sockets, which are just a child of item socket. Which is a child of container base. Cool. But these differ because they are yep, that's the wrong one now. Always forget about to start support your Patreon. Can't decide the best way to donate. True. I was thinking of doing a like a one-off donation thing that you could do like through the stream, but I never got around to setting it up. Mo, anyone here? Don't know. I think you're the first Twitch chatter to speak up. Very brave. So brave. So how do I want to structure this? We have container grid, which is also from container base. So container base widget, this bad boy. This defines the initialization, or the initial initialization. It also has a check space for payload thinger. And then you have the get payload, which is just the drag drop payload cast to, this should be cast into entity object. Stupid ass. Payload is an item object reference, so that should be a entity object. Easy. If that fails, return null. Let's call this the entity. Cool. This one's gonna get annoyed because this is now a entity. Oh, good, Mo. Have a good one. Have a ripper. So this container base, so on drag over, this will return. What do you mean on drag over? Right. So this would just say set the brush color based on if it can or can't go there. Then on drop, we would... Well, can I just do... Yeah, whatever. On drop, entity payload can be dropped here. Whatever. But this is where we'd actually do the thing. Let me just do this. That is a drag, yeah. Just in case I ever wrap that again. Right, so then we have our item container grid thinger, which again, this is an entity now. Check overlap, Yep. And this would just be our check space for payload. Well, actually, we wouldn't even need to, because check space for payload is different here. Can entity fit at index? Index. This one. So we wouldn't actually need to override that. It would just do it. So, yeah. So use free Cascadeur Indie. Oh, yeah, true. That released yesterday, didn't it? I didn't have time to make a video about it, but I wanted to talk to Tom about the, what's it called? Because like there's now like 3 tiers of paid, which I think is good. I think the indie tier is very pog. But now the free, like the free version doesn't export FBXs. So it's basically like a trial, you know, like learn how to use it, try before you buy kind of thing, rather than use it in your project before you buy. Which I think is fair. I think that's a completely fair way to price something. But I was thinking they should probably do a quarterly payment option. I reckon that would be like, because Indie's only what, like $99 a year, which I think is super fair for what the program does. But I still think it isolates hobbyist dev/animators. Or like maybe if they did maybe if they like partnered with like Afterpay or something to like, you know, you lock in for a year, but it's like you pay it quarterly or something. I think that would kind of make people feel a lot better about like, you know, adopting into the ecosystem. Also, Fane, thank you very much for the raid. How was the stream? What were you working on? Says it goes perpetual after 1 year. Yeah. So, like, you can, if you've had it for a year, like, if you paid for a year, then whatever the version is that you're left with at the end, you get that in perpetuity. Which is also good, because, like, for something like Photoshop, you pay like fucking hundreds of dollars per year, and then if you stop paying, you're essentially locked out of all of your shit, you know? Like they hold it hostage. Yeah, Adobe sucks. So yeah, I think Cascadeur is still very like consumer friendly. I think maybe they were being too generous before, and whoever was doing their finances was like, guys, we need to actually make money, you know? Implemented Ultradynamic Sky. Nice. That's very pog. Have you ever tried Ligma? Got him. I thought you were speaking the Sugandese language. The language of Suganda. Sugandese nuts. That would need to be to do global size. But yeah, currently I'm working on my worst nightmare. Oi, why would you not? Hello? Wait, where's entity being used? Isn't this a... It's a local variable. What the hell? There you go. See the Mind Goblins plugin? Hell yeah. Yo, Mind Goblin these nuts. Anyway, that's enough. That's enough. Enough, you guys. You guys are terrible. People join the stream for the first time. We're talking about nuts. What is wrong with you people? Preposterous. Macadamia. I mean, yeah, but I don't get it. I love macadamias. Have you guys tried macadamia milk? Oh, good, Fane. You have a good one too. Hopefully I'll have something interesting to show when you get back. Is there a macadamia milk? Yeah, there is. Sorry. Someone asked earlier if I was going to go to GDC. No. No, I'm not. Where's GDC at? 2024... Isn't that yesterday? Oh no, wait, it goes for 3 days. Where is it though? It is in San Francisco. Well, fuck. That's like that would cost me like thousands upon thousands, probably like $10,000. That's about how much I make in a year. Jesus. Je suis. So last time we were doing this, we were doing... Right, we figured out you can do a named slot, which you can then override in a child widget class. I remember now. Where are you from? I'm from Australia. Is there any plugin money? Yeah, about as much money as I make in a year. Yep. No, I'm a millionaire streamer. What are you guys talking about? Millionaire streaminaire. Yeah, the plugin sells quite well. Speaking of, I wonder if I've got a fucking email from the stupid fucking marketplace team. No, I don't. Maybe they're real salty because I snapped at them. Also, I want to actually, you know what? Let me Oh, they do a Cascadeur Pro monthly. But it's more expensive if you do it per month. That makes sense. Environmental. I really do think they should do a quarterly indie license. For Cascadeur. I think that would be very pog. Also, please offer a complimentary Cascadeur Pro media license for review purposes. Oh, Giga Chad. Giga Chad Tommy. They love me. I'll take that. I'll take that. Is my message in? I don't know, Ishidus. The last one. Oh, sorry, about Epic Mega Grants. So Indica Russian game got it. So I can't really get it. Anything if you or me have a game like Widget Theoretical, could we get it? Because I really approve that shit. Really approve that Indica is shit game. So it's not deserve any support. I think the Epic Mega Grants thing is very hit and miss. Or like, it's very like case by case, I guess. But I think it really depends on how you pitch it to them. Like if you pitch it to them saying, oh, you know, me having this funding would be really good for the Unreal ecosystem because, you know, I could use it to improve the visuals of the project. You know, really showing off how Unreal Engine works and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I don't know. I think they've kind of slowed down on Mega Grants lately anyway because of their financial situation. But yeah, the gist of it is that it's essentially like case by case. And that, you know, if you have something that you think could, you know, is grant worthy, then, you know, go for it. Submit an application. Disney's getting involved with Epic now. True. Maybe Disney will inject some grant money. Maybe Disney will be like, yeah, you know what, we'll give you a grant, but you've got to use our IP. You're gonna make some Avengers bullshit. Frozen? True. It's kind of how medical devices work. Oh, make players learn scientific notation-based finances. Jesus Christ. Disney ever ruined anything? Yeah, exactly, exactly. We're fine, we're fine. Yeah. Yeah. But hey, at least we're not like Unity, you know? At least we're not struggling that hard. Alright, how the fuck am I doing this thing? So we've got this PyCos container base. Which is the base. It's based. Which basically says, for this widget, do this, can I go here? So then for something like this humanoid equipment widget, which is essentially just a bunch of these, so they individually will yeah, okay. Individually, they can just reference the PyCos. Mm-hmm. Oh, that'll initialize these equipment sockets, which should just be item socket, honest. Oh, well, no, because they'll have different variables for each of the... Well, no, because it would just be, they'd just be representing, an index, an integer. Playing second, I'll see you next time. All good, Kyle. Have a good flight. Can I... Item attached socket. What are you? What are you doing? Where are you? Parent item object. Socket index. Right. So we were doing it index based. Hope Kyle did drink his monster. Drank his monster and then put a hole in the drywall. Okay, yeah, so parent item object. This doesn't even... Yeah, you know, this can have entity. Parent entity. Just as a, you know, for a bit of fun. And then it should also have the... PyCos container base. Oh, that's the widget stuff. Widgets owning PyCos container. We already do have that. So wait, why do I need the parent entity? I don't actually need that. I can just fuck off. Oh, we already have it here. Widgets owning entity object. Duh. Yeah, bad luck. Alright, you can fuck off. You know what, let me just check space for payload Ds. Drag and drop on drop. Delete. Cool, okay. So... Yes, this is... Okay. Let me just go to here. Can I swap these with... Like, replace with? Replace with... Like, class? Come on, man. Come on, man. Making low poly mesh forced me to use an all map for it to look good. Some of the equipment pieces that otherwise had the same material, they need separate material instances, because now I need to assign their normal map as a parameter in the material instance. How bad is that? If I get to high poly, then I would only need one material. Ah! Mark. Do I have the video for you, my friend? There is a video. There's 2 videos on my channel. Unreal Engine draw calls. Reducing draw calls in Unreal. This one righty here. Material instance. You'll have all of it. So, essentially, you break up a secondary UV channel into segments, and you put all the UVs in the different slots, and then you use this mask to essentially, like, create a fake atlas. So, like, all the textures are layered in the one place, but you then use a key to sort of mask between them. Which means that you can do it all in one material, which is how I do my characters, which... let me link you this one first. How do I share? Copy. Chuck it in there. And then there's also Unreal Engine modular characters. Maybe? Come on, do I make it in the... Right. I'm ranked 4th in those search results. This one here, where we talk about draw calls and how much they suck. And, you know, you can see, like, the frame rate, absolutely terrible. But then with my more complex characters that are only using one draw call each, we get way bigger FPS. And this just goes over how I do it in my characters, because my characters are, like, entirely modular. Including, like, the colors within the equipment. So, you know. Yeah, it was a towel video. Classic towel video. Yeah, so this... you don't have to do this part, obviously. But this is just maybe some food, some thinking food for characters and whatnot. Essentially, like, you predefine where... You reserve a space on the UVs for each equipment slot. So then you can just access it all in one material and just change out the, you know, the normal maps. So the normal maps would be, you'd have a head normal map, a chest normal map, a legs normal map, and so on. And you would just, you know, maybe store that texture on the equipment's data and be like, oh, when we equip helmet, change the helmet normal map to this texture. And that way, yeah, you don't have to have, like, a separate material instance just for the helmet. So I hope that helps. Hope that helps. Alright, so I was getting this. I wanted to get... So this is PyCos container base. This is WBP PyCos entity socket, which is different to a grid. But these ones are now no longer relevant. So can I just like... Ooh, I wonder. Let me just save all first. Equipment socket. Replace references. Select an asset to consolidate the non-selected assets to. No. Okay, fuck. Can I just, like, replace you with that? No. Oh, come on, man. Widget can't have children. Why not? What did you do to it? Oh, replace... No, I can't Fuck. You know what? Fuck it. We ball. Two, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yeah, bam. Ah, but no, would these need to... No, because they would know... They'd know their PyCos. And they would just ask their PyCos, can I fit at index? And the index is per instance. So it would be helmet is 0, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. We're good. Oh, here's another question. Do I want the hands to be a part of the equipment? Like the things you hold in your hands? Is that like a... Or should they just be a separate thing? How many draw calls is this? 2 scaly meshes with each 3 material slots. That would be 8 draw calls. 1 for the mesh. Well, 1 each for the mesh. And then... No. Fuck, how does that get sent? It would need to send the mesh. Pretty sure a draw call is 1 for the mesh, 1 for the material. So it's, yeah, it would be 1 for the mesh, 3 for the materials, times 2 would be 8. And then another one if you count the lighting pass. Because it would have to draw them from a separate angle. Like directional lighting, I mean. For like shadow casting. Separate is better for future flexibility? Yeah, I think so. And I also think like the hands will have completely different logic. To some extent. Yeah, for each mesh. Yeah, for each mesh. Because scaly meshes can't get instanced. If they were static meshes... Oh, for each mesh. Yeah. The shadow pass actually might... No, it compiles a separate shader. So actually, I think it would be 2 for the shadow pass then. Because it would need to draw the mesh. And then the material, if there was any... world position offset or opacity masking. I'm not sure if it would... If you did like a shadow pass switch into the WPO and the opacity mask, if you were using them, if they were non-zero, it might not even need to run vertex shader on it. It could literally just do the positions and then cast the shadow. But I don't know. I'd have to profile it. Yanarm Sahayern? What's this one? That's our belt. Backpack, belt. Oops. Oh, not container. Oh, wait. Have I been putting the wrong thing in there? Fuck. That's supposed to be item socket. Such a fucking idiot. Ree. No, you... Okay, hold on. You... There. Wait, why are you not... Eh? I want to die. Get in... The dude. No, what are you doing? Get in. There we go. Container base, entity socket. Bam, bam. Entity socket. There we go. Right, they just get added at the bottom. This is so cursed. Entity, entity, container base, bam, container base, bam. This is the belt and etc. So this is for, so this is head, upper body, lower body, boots, torso, legs, as in like over, like second layer, arms, gloves. Yeah. And then this is back, as in backpack. This is belt. These were the hands, but I can probably yeet them. I think I'll yeet them for now. For now. Anything for shoes, toes? That's this one. For the feet, sniffer. So let's just do 2x2. Got all these. Can I like multi? Oops. There you go. Oops, wrong way. 2x1. Because I don't think anything we can equip would be less than a 2x2. I also wanted to do a thing. You know what I mean? I'll just make that 3x3, whatever. What about rings? They can go down here. Yeah. There's a lot more shit. I'll think about that later. Ugh. It'd be pretty easy to add, though. It would be pretty easy to add. Maybe open the hand slot. Sounds like a lot of trouble. Although if the hand is an item, you know what I mean? And then you cut the hand off, the rings would go with it. Fuck. Oh, the hands of ring slot to be. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Possibly. That could be neat. Let's do the basics first, though, you know? I probably want the... So what's this? This is entity socket. I might just add a variable in here called socket tag. Because we've got socket index, and then socket tag would be handy. Socket tag, which is a tag container, which is also instanced editable and exposed on the spawn. So then in here we can say, hey, you've got a tag, MF, and give it the head tag, and then we could just use that to, you know, assign them, rather than needing to do the index itself, which is kind of a fucking nightmare waiting to happen. Gem slots in rings? Yeah. Yeah, you've got like you've got the person, you've got the body, which has the hands as items, and then those items have a pie cost. Well, so the humanoid body, well, the humanoid entity has a humanoid body pie cost, and that humanoid body pie cost contains the arms, each arm, and then those arms have a pie cost that contains the hands, and then those hands have a pie cost that contain the rings, and then the rings have a pie cost that contains the rings. No, the gems on the rings. You know what I mean? Easy, easy. Was there an option to export animations to FBX in free version of Cascadeur? There was previously, but there isn't anymore. Because I think they had issues with too many people kind of, you know, loopholing with the free version. Although if you had the free version previously, like before, I think it was March 1st this year, you get 2 free years of indie license. So yeah, at the moment you can only use the free, like the free version for getting used to the program. So you could like make all the animations. I mean, you could like make all of your animations and then send them to someone that has a license to then export them and send them back to you, but that would just become a big pain in the ass. And I don't, what's the word? Condone. I don't condone that kind of behavior. Please don't. Don't revoke my Cascadeur privileges. But yeah, I'm gonna ask if they're gonna do, or if they considered doing a quarterly indie payment license thingo. Because I think like $99 for 1 year, like for for a year of it, is like it's extremely reasonable. But then it's like, if you sold it as $25 per quarter, then people would be like, fuck yeah, give me that shit. Or even like $30 per quarter. So like $10 a month in 3-month batches. so that the yearly cost ends up being higher, you know? So you could do like, oh, it's $99 for a year, or it's $120 if you pay quarterly, or maybe like $150 per year if you pay monthly or something. I think that would definitely open it up to more like hobbyist, like entry level animaty people. Because the thing is, I think the consideration for like I think the more people you can bring in to like your new software ecosystem, like Cascadeur, the more people you can bring in with a really low barrier of entry, and you essentially like indoctrinate them into only ever being able to use your software because, you know, that's what they learned first. It's like how I could never use anything but Blender for, like, modeling. Like, even if Blender started being like, oh, you've got to, like, you know, pay $10 per month for Blender now, I'd be like, fuck yeah. Hell yeah, I'll fucking do that. I donate to Blender anyway, so... you know, I'll officialize it. But yeah, charge them monthly because life situation. Yeah, I think that's the other thing is like, I think especially for like, and this is just coming from a games development or indie games development perspective. I think if like you're a beginner indie developer, then you're working solo, most likely. And you're not gonna like use the software for an entire year at a time. You know, you're gonna do like a couple of months while you get all your animations sorted and your movement system sorted, and then, you know, and then you're gonna do programming and modeling and all that stuff. And then like maybe in a few months' time, you'll do another month of animation, like cleanup and that kind of stuff. So I think doing like either a monthly payment or a quarterly, or like, you know, a 3 monthly payment, which I know it can like get confusing, and I know one of the rules of you know, selling stuff is to just not overwhelm potential buyers with like options. But I think doing the longer you commit to the purchase, like I'll pay for a year, you get a discount, you know. But then if you do it per month, it's like $15 a month or something. I think that's definitely a good way to go about it. Yeah, monthly, quarterly, yearly. I guess if they made that consistent... Am I bleeding? Between all of their licenses. So if it was like consistently, you can pay it monthly at a premium, you can pay it quarterly at the base value, and you can pay it yearly with a discount. Yeah. Track duration or number of monthly purchases to be able to offer a person a discount. Well, I think like even if you, let's say you've been doing it monthly for a year, I think you should still be paying that premium. Like you shouldn't receive a discount. I mean, I guess you want to reward customer loyalty, but it's like you're lowering the risk or like the investment in the product, I guess. Buy 20, get one free. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know, I could talk forever about fucking buying shit. Buying and selling shit. I've bought my fair share of RuneScape membership in my time. Alright, this equipment socket can DIY. Get delete. Hey, nice. Person customer is investing in your product like an investor. Why should they not be allowed to be rewarded as such? No, I think they should be rewarded as such by buying in bulk. Like buying the yearly license, you know? Because it means that you're committing to using the product for the entire year. Or at least being able to do it for the entire year. That's too hard. No, but that's the thing. Like, you, if you buy it for a year, like a year at a time, in like yearly chunks, then you get a discount. It's like, you know, $99. But then if you do it monthly, so you can like quit at any time, then it should add up to more than $99 per year. Because you're kind of like, oh, you know, I'll use it here, I'll use it there, sort of thing. Of discount for new customers. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying this from like a humanitarian point of view or an anti-capitalist point of view, like my usual, you know. I'm just saying from a business point of view, that's how I would structure it. Yearly subscriptions are the worst. Yeah, absolutely. I think yearly subscriptions are not for everyone. But that's just business, you know? You need to entice people to a large upfront investment. You know what I mean? By offering them a discount so they feel like they get value. When in reality, they're probably not getting their full value because they might, you know, like the gym membership thing. They might go on a holiday and not be able to go to the gym for that entire month, at which point the discount that they received for doing it yearly is like, it's gone. And then if they take another break, it's like, well, now I've lost value because I could have just cancelled my membership for this month and blah, blah, blah. Just from Jabs over say 10 years, a reasonable affordability is worth more. Yeah. Well, yeah. Monthly I could use every once in a while would be much more likely. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So, like, let's say you would only, you know, buy 1 quarter's worth of membership, but you pay more per month than someone that bought the yearly license, then it kind of equalizes because it's like there's like the opportunity cost and the, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Jord, exactly. And I mean, for anyone doing, for anyone working in a studio, even like a small studio, $99 a year is like nothing. That's like literally 3 hours work, maybe even 2 hours work for someone. Like 2 hours wage. And so the studio would be like, you know what? This software is gonna save us 100 hours, you know, in the course of the animation pipeline. So to us, it is worth, you know, $5,000. So we'll gladly pay $99 or, you know, $300, whatever the pro license was. And for them, it's nothing. But I'm saying, yeah, like for indies and not small people. What's it? Like small solo projects. I think doing a having the same limitations as the indie license, or the same features as the indie license, but paid in smaller installments with a slight markup would be how I'd go about it, at least. Because like you think about it, a small studio with a dedicated character animator person, they're going to use the program for the entire span of the project. Like, there's never going to be a week where the program isn't being used. But for like, yeah, exactly, like in your case. If it's intermittent work, or yeah, I guess if you're the contractor who's, you know, moving around between projects and whatnot, with like gaps in between. Yeah, exactly. Also, I'll be right back. BRB. Brub. Yeah, that's all. BRB. Hello. All right, Picos. Oh. Right, I'm nice and cozy. Oh, that's better. That's better. All right, so in here, they have a tag and a thing. So, fuck yeah, true. Bad cast node. Well, there you go. Because this would be, if it's a panel. This should be. Also, just ignore this. It's a necessary evil, because I can't just do get all children of class. No, but it's get all children, not recursive. Yeah. So this was my stupid temporary design. For the panel widget, get the panel widget child, get the panel widget. Yeah. Well, because I don't want to go... Yeah, actually, no, this is optimal. Unless I just did, like, get this one. Get vertical box, vertical box, vertical box. Horizontal box, vertical box, horizontal box. And just did... like each of these and just said, hey, search through each of them and do the thing. I mean, you know? But can I be bothered? Not really. So this is PyCos socket. Cast to entity sock. This needs to be a entity socket list. Hello. God, I have some really cursed designs. So then for each equipment socket, we then... That's not real. Oh no, that's... Yeah, okay, that is real. But that would then initialize them and put the entity in them, right? Yeah. Is a RuneScape sound font? It's the Windows sound font playing the RuneScape soundtrack as MIDI. So it's like technically as accurate as you can get, because the RuneScape used to use the whatever the sound font was of the machine it was being played on. But now they have a custom sound font. So that would then initialize them with the owning entity object, the owning PyCos container. Mr. Dr. Flowers, when's your plugin releasing in the Unreal Store? Well, I'd love to know that as well. I would love to know. I wish I had an answer. Yeah, I think I don't even need this. Let's just get rid of that for a sec. Well, no, we do want to do this. We just want to say for each of these, update the equipment. And then update equipment just means we initialize... Wait, that's for loop body. For each of them... Do we need to do anything? Not really, no. Because this would initialize them. Pardon me. The owning entity object is the owning entity object from here. And the owning PyCos is this one. This isn't the parentmost one. That's all good. Right, this would, let's just say update equipment slot. All equipment slots, plural. Plural. And then we just want to say master entity socket list for each socket within this PyCos widget child thing. On each of these, initialize them. Cool. Easy. E-C. Mm-hmm. And there actually isn't anything I'd need to set here, right? All right, let's go to our humanoid equipment thing. This is going to construct the humanoid widget, equipment widget. Add the child. Well, is this the one that was... That's the panel slot that it was... Yeah, no, we don't need that. Yeah. Construct PyCos widget, humanoid equipment widget, which isn't the parentmost one. Cool. So PyCos humanoid equipment. So what does this even... What is this even? Well, we have the equipment dude, humanoid equipment static data. Humanoid equipment static data. Well, these slot datas are supposed to be on the static data, right? Yeah. Because this just contains the name, the tags, the position offset, allowed tags, disallowed tags. Which is supposed to be property of this, where it says container class, container slot data, anus. And we do a bunch of them. Which have their allowed tags, disallowed tags, the slot tags itself, widget position, blah, 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 blah. And that only exists on the static data. So in parent class, dude, this is a... Yeah. This one can just fuck off. Straight up. Get out of here. Oh, we have one error. Target array. We'd need to get it from the static data. We need to get your data, container slot data, just get the length of it, and then resize. Wait, does resize... A length of 1 is just index 0, right? Yeah. Yeah. Kill. Never knew that about RuneScape's music. That's so well. Yeah, well, the music used to be... Because you used to have to, like, download all the temp files for RuneScape. Like, back in the dial-up days. So they would just send through the MIDI files, and then your computer would play it, like actually make the sound using the MIDI files. Because like the entire soundtrack folder, the one that I have is like 10 megabytes, but it's like 600 songs, like 600 full-length songs. So it's pretty efficient. It's the same way that they did it in Nintendo 64 games, because Nintendo cartridges, well, I guess in anything before the 64 as well, because storage space was so limited, you wouldn't actually store the waveform, because that's extremely, you know, if you've ever looked at how big a WAV file is per second, it's ridiculous. So they just send through the MIDI data, which is just note on, note off, and the pitch, and the velocity, or the dynamics. And yeah, and then it would just let the computer look that up through the sound font and whatnot. You wouldn't store a wave. You wouldn't. Alright, slot tags. We need a manage gameplay tags. Hello. Wait, what? Where's the usual... This doesn't look right. Okay, why do tags look like that? Alright, what's next? Another classic. Manage gameplay tags. Why does it look like this? Doesn't it? Isn't there usually like extra shit? Oh, there it is. Hello. Right, we need... How do I want this to be... What are the tags? What are we describing? Also, what's the widget reflector? There it is. Get a bit bigger. So cursed. Pygo's equipment slots, left hand. Yeah, but it's also like... I guess it would have to be Picos. Because we need to know what type of container it is. So we can just get it from the list. So we can be like, oh, look for the limbs Picos, and then find the hand Picos. Because we could be using the same class for different reasons. Like the equipment is just a multi-slot Picos, which a furnace is also a multi-slot Picos, you know. Yeah, okay. So let's do Picos. Name Picos. Add new tag. Wait, what the fuck? Source, right. Default gameplay tags, whatever. Add new tag. Picos. Add sub tag. Picos. Equipment. Bam. Equipment, and then we have the... Do I need to specify, like, humanoid? No, because we could just have... That would be a different tag. So it would just be Picos equipment head, but then there would be a... Probably not even related to Picos, like, character, race, lizard man. And then we could use that as an exclusion tag. So this could be equipped to the Picos equipment head. But excluding the, you know, humanoid tag or the helmet, you know, equipment, helmet, open-faced helmet, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Left boober. That's right. All right, yeah. So okay, this is where this is equipment slots head, equipment head. So because like a horse can equip a helmet to its head as long as it's a horse helmet. Add new tag. Bam. Equipment. Add sub tag. Head. Upper body. Alright, what's my usual order of things? Doesn't fucking matter. Fuck the order. Fuck the order. Tell me a Picos story. What does that even mean? Wait, what's a Picos? Here's a question. Does a horse have feet and hands? Do we just say that the back feet of a horse are the feet and the front feet are hands? I guess it doesn't really matter as long as it's consistent. Four feet? Yeah. I guess so, I guess so. I guess we'd just say... But this is for equipment. Which, like, for a character... And this is where it gets a little bit fucky, but... For a character, like a humanoid character... You don't have a left shoe and a right shoe. You only have the feet slot. Which, again, I know if your leg falls off, it's like, well, what happens to the fucking boot? What happens to the left boot? You know what I mean? But it's like, do we really want to fucking track separate gloves on each hand and separate boots on each foot and separate armor on each arm and separate sleeves on each shirt? You know, because if your arm gets cut off, then the sleeve gets... Do you know what I mean? It's like, where do we draw the line on that kind of bullshit? Because, like, it wouldn't be that hard. It just increases the shader complexity by, like, 100% for the character shader. At which point, it might actually be worth splitting it into multiple material slots. Like having a body, like, you know, the character's body, as in, like, flesh body, and then their equipment material. Just because of all the layering shit, all the pixel layering. Rings for every finger? Yeah, well, yeah. Or we could just say rings are part of the hand picos, which just has 5 slots. So you can store things in your detached hand you left in the forest. Or just gloves. So I think what I'll do is if a limb falls off, I mean, I get it. I think for something like a sleeve, like let's say your arm gets cut off, right? Chop the arm off. We could just say that, like, the arm falls out of the sleeve and the sleeve is just hanging there like this, you know? And it's, like, covered in blood and it's all damaged and shit. So, like, that's fine for clothes. Could even say that, like, the armor, if there was armor and shit, the armor is, you know, obviously harnessed to the points and whatever. So it's like, you know. But gloves is a bit different. We could just have the gloves visually fall off of that side. Do you know what I mean? But then it's like, oh, if you take the gloves off... Ah! Drop to the ground. But you'd only drop one to the ground. You'd still have the gloves, but you'd have the gloves on the other hand. But if you took that glove off, you would get both gloves. You know what I mean? Like, as I said, it's not that hard to do left and right code-wise. It's more just like shader-wise. It's a big dick pain. Because the shaders aren't stateful. Shaders are stateless. So for every new equipment piece that we add, it's like, you know, gloves, no, it stacks up to no. Gloves are a pair of gloves. They're always in pairs. They have separate durabilities for like each section on the gloves, but they're always in a pair. Like this. That's how they get thumbnailed. Like, has anyone ever played a game where you have a left and a right glove and enjoyed it, and enjoyed that aspect of it? You know what I mean? Unusually abstract for your standards? Well, no, it's like you always have a pair of pants, you know? You don't have one pant leg and the other pant leg. Or a pair of socks. Or a pair of gloves. Or a pair of boots. Like, it's very rare that one boot is going to wear out before the other one. Unless you intentionally run across, like, soft grass and, like, sharp gravel rocks and do that for, like, several kilometers, like, treading either side, then one boot will wear out before the other. But, you know what I mean? It's only an issue if we do dismemberment, which is a whole other thing. Whatever matter... Would it even matter... Would it ever matter? Unless your hands get cut off. I'm presuming you mean, would it even matter? Yeah, it wouldn't matter until your hands get cut off. Exactly. Or your arm. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just making fun. I'm just memeing, as they would say. Haha, good memey. Just meming. But I mean, it would be kind of cool to do... You have an arm object, and that arm object owns the arm armor, and the arm object also owns the hand object, and the hand object owns the glove. But it's also kind of stupid. I think honestly what I do is just when something gets chopped off, we just... It's just a naked arm. Like, same skin tone and everything, but it just, like, it pops out of the clothing, you know? And the glove falls off. But then the glove still, you know, they're like quantum... Gloves are, in Prismatica, the gloves are manufactured in a way that they're actually, like, quantum entangled together. You know? No, they're built so that one glove... one glove is two gloves. But when they get a certain distance away from one another, they merge again. You know what I mean? So if you lose your arm, but then you take... Well, I don't know how you take your glove off. You have to use your hand, your mouth. to unequip it, which is kind of funny. But you would then need to... You could then sell it as a pair. Do you know what I mean? Fuck it. Missed a lot over the last few months. You're rebuilding your project using an ECS. So not an ECS. Ah, well... No. It's still object-oriented, but it's essentially like a big-ass... I don't know. Is it an ECS? Not really. It's essentially just chaining objects together. ECS is Entity Component System. Which is, it's confusing because I call our base object an entity, because it's like, you know, a thing that exists in the world. So this is UObject, UOB. And then we have my PLSS entity. So the Prismatica Large Scale Simulation Entity, ENT, ent. But then entities can have sub-objects, which can contain sub-objects, which can contain sub-objects. You know? It's just this, like, this giga web of... It's like, you know how, like, in Unreal, you've got, like, the actor component hierarchy? So you've got actor, and then actor can contain components. And those components can have additional logic that can be... fuck, what's the word? Compositionated. You can compose an actor of components. This basically takes that, but it's like the components can have components, can have components, can have components. Do you know what I mean? Because that was one thing that always bugged me. It was like, oh, what if I want to, you know, have a health component on this actor, but then that component has a limbs component, or like, you know, this one has the robot blood component, but this other one that's the exact same, the only difference is it has the, you know, insect blood component or some shit. So that's the gist of what I'm doing now. So, each entity has entity realizes class, so entities empty object, you touch your components to it, not active components, but those components identify what the entity is. Oh, you mean in ECS, or do you mean in my? Are you like explaining your understanding of what I'm doing? Because that is basically it. Kind of. There's still some inheritance, but it's like, okay. Because I mean that is kind of what this is, but not in like a literal like data sense, but in like a kind of, you know, entities far from empty. Well, not really. I mean, the entity is... The entity's only data is it has an array of container sub-objects. And it has a property manager. And that's basically it. And then it just has a reference to a static data object, which defines, like, you know, its race and its blah, blah, blah. Although then I guess the entity does have, like, it gets inherited by living being, LB, which can then have a bunch of, per instance, unique data, like, oh, what's this specific character's face shape, or what's their hairstyle, or what's their skin tone, or what's their eye color, and all that kind of shit, which is unique to living being, but not to item. Yeah. So you have a base vehicle. So you don't have a base vehicle and create a child of car, motorcycle, etc. You have an entity, you give it 4 wheels, a steering wheel, which identifies as a car, but not because of any inheritance. Yeah. So components to store data, then you use system to grab components and run logic on them. For example, all entities, you can have a transform component. You can have a system that updates the location rotation. Yeah. Which I did look into mass, and Sov kind of walked me through mass. Like, you know, gave me an overview of mass. And I think I will use mass for some of the runtime elements of the game. Like, if I... Like, for example, if all characters have a soft collision component, where it's like, it's like a collision capsule that extends out from their capsule, and it basically just says, like, push yourself away from any other soft collider thing that you're overlapping, right? That would probably be best to do in mass, because then it's like, if I've got a huge crowd of characters, then, and we're constantly, like, moving, you know, it's essentially just like a collision calculation, but instead of being hard, it's soft. Go look at mass. Do you know if it uses the base classes like UObject and AActor? Assuming there's no way it doesn't. I don't know. It uses different terminology and stuff. Like fragment and whatever, but it's still just ECS. In, like, you know, when it boils down to it. But from what Sov was saying, it's like you would have a list of transforms, right? And each of those transforms would be an index. But those transforms don't have a reference to what they come from. Or something. They're just pure transforms, and then you would operate on it, you know. However. And then those things would get the end result from the index that they put in or some shit. So, like I think that the gist is, like in my soft collision example, instead of me iterating through every act, like, you know, instead of on tick, looking, you know, to this actor, get its soft collision component, run the, you know, calculation for the thing, then move on to the next actor, you know, do it, get its soft collision, you know, tick its soft collision component, run its logic, blah, 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 and then so on, where it's like jumping around in memory constantly. I could use mass to just be like, here is all of the transforms and radiuses of the, you know, the capsules and shit. For each of these, do, you know, run a calculation that gives them a new transform based on, or like a transform offset based on the thing, and that would spit out a result, and then those actors would just have to set their new position or some shit based on whatever the result was. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, so this new system, Bri, we've got entities, which are just things. Living being inherits from entity. Item inherits from entity. Substance inherits from entity. An entity is... It can be physical or conceptual. And then every entity can have a PICOS, which is the Prismatica inherent container object system. Those PICOSes can contain other entities. So we could have an army entity, which is navigating around the map as just one big conglomerate. So we don't have to pathfind a million characters or whatever. So we might have an army might have a squad PICOS, which holds a reference to 10 different squads. Each of those squads has a, character PICOS, or a soldier PICOS, or a whatever. So that's characters, character 1, 2, and 3, whatever. Then the characters have an equipment PICOS, which holds their equipment entities. They might have a body PICOS, which holds their limbs, because their limbs are items. One of those limbs might be the stomach. The stomach has a PICOS that holds, again, more entities, like, my stomach is full of water. And my stomach is full of a rat that I found on the side of the road, But that rat would have its own limbs PICOS, which would have its own stomach, which the stomach has a PICOS, which might have someone's wedding ring in it, So if we wanted, we could search the army for item of tag, wedding ring, and it would look through everything until it found this dead rat in someone's stomach that had eaten a wedding ring, Obviously, we wouldn't search that. That's like a very brute force search solution. It's not really meant for searching, but it's meant for having storage. Like the more applicable example is like you've got a backpack. So character has a equipment PICOS. One of those pieces of equipment is a backpack, and that backpack has a PICOS, which has, a shirt and, a medicine box. And maybe that medicine box has, bandages in it. And the medicine box has a property which says, hey, this is like watertight and airtight and, things won't rot as easily when they're inside it or some shit. So it's just like big web. Well, technically not a web, it's more of a tree. Although it doesn't have to be a tree. Things can technically belong in more than one PICOS, but I don't want to get into that. Oh, the extreme scenarios you come up with. I'm just future-proofing, Just future-proofing. Which, again, a lot of this nested behavior was already in the game. But now I've completely genericized it so that items and living beings are entities. So we used to only be able to store items, and then being a container was an inherent property of items themselves. So item would just have a list of... Well, it would have like a list of grid-contained items, then it would have another list of socket-contained items. which was just hard-coded onto item itself. But now I've abstracted it so that entity has the ability to have a container object, which that object can define how things are stored in it and all those kind of rules. So like, you know, like an equipment system. An equipment system, you put one item per slot, and that's it. There are conditions like this character has a head. You know, you can't put a helmet on without a head. It has to be a helmet, and it has to fit this, you know, type of humanoid. Like if they've got a huge long nose, you can't put the helmet on if it's got a closed face. But then for something like a backpack where it's like a grid, we still use the same functions like add or check space at index, but instead of being a list of slots, the indexes refer to the grid spaces. And it has its own overridden check, you know, check if can fit logic, and all that kind of stuff. But then all of the searching function, like, is this thing in this backpack? That's all the exact same. So it's like if we wanted to check an entity to see if it has an arrow, then, you know, we could check the backpack, we could check the equipment slot, and we'd just be running a for loop for each. For each container, do we have this thing? Or is there space in this container? Do this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Psycho Man drawings again? Hell yeah. Schizo Man drawings. Anyway, what were we doing? Oh, right, equipment. Head, lower body, upper body. Wait, are they? They're alphabetical, aren't they? Okay, well that helps. Feet. Hands. Can you rename tags in without fucking stuff up? What if I wanted to, like, does that fix references? Probably. Maybe. Don't know. It's a pain in the ass? Okay. Oh, you gotta, like, hands, feet, arms. I think I'll just go with the original. So chest, meaning chest armor, which is different from upper body. Upper body is like the lower, like the first layer. Chest is like chest armor. And then we've got legs. And then we've got... I'm missing something. Arms, chest... Oh, the back? I kind of wanted to do shoulder slots as well. Because you can sling a bow over your shoulder. Or you could wear a bag over your shoulder. But I'll do that later. Fuck that shit. Alright, so these all now have doodads. Now I wanted to... So I wanted to do the hands as a separate container. Maybe hands and mouth. Or do I just want to put them in here? It'd kind of be easier because we could just say, oh yeah, this is like the hands. Fuck it. Who cares about hands? Hands aren't even real. How can hands be real if our eyes aren't real? Also, I'll be back in a minute. In a minito. I might put some toast in. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was muted. I said hello. Hello, tomatoes. Tomatoes, tomatoes. How are you? Oh, belt. Belt slot. Picos. Equipment. Add sub tag. Belt. Bam. And really is being a, how do I say it in a family-friendly way? A giant behind. I feel that. I feel that. Girl. Off there, please. Hello, my chicken. You want to sit? You gonna sit in my lap? What version of UE? I'm in 5.3.2, the latest. I'm a latest version Andy. I'm on the cutting edge. Janek, hello, or Yannick. I have a question. Do you know how to combine world space normals? I'm stuck on that for like a week now. What's the application? You should be able to just get the average of them. So add them together, divide by 2. You find the editor slow, find 5.2, 5.3 is bogged down significantly. I haven't noticed any difference. Maybe aside from this taking like half a second to populate the context menu, but I think that's been like that since 5.0. Have the issue that I can't think I can fix. Or that I think I can fix. That I can. Anyway, on mid GPUs, I have a taste of streaming problem. If I manually change it, it will work fine. However, the same quality settings, same streaming pool size, megabytes. High GPUs doesn't have the problem. I have no idea why. Is that are the mid-range GPUs, do they have the same VRAM amount? Application is depth offset of vertex paint layers. Application is depth offset of vertex paint layers. Oh, I think I get you. Okay. Yeah, you should be able to just get the normals once they are in. Like if I did, I'm still not 100% sure of the of the goal. But in general, if you think about it like the world normals, even like if they're textures and whatnot, you could also add them together, then normalize them, rather than getting the average of them. But yeah, like, let's say we've got a ball, and the ball has its normals. You know, they're like all pointing out in sphere land. And if we had a normal map in world space, so we like ran it through a transform or something, we'd get them in world space. We could then add that to the vertex normals and divide by 2. As long as it was converted to world. And then if we weren't using tangent space normals, then the normals would look correct when we outputted it. So if I get like a ball. Hello, ball. And we just put this on there. Don't know what this one is. Not much, apparently. Oh. With the GPU 2070 Super, microactivity took a hit. Yeah, I use a 2080 Super, and I haven't noticed any change at all. So like I'm still on a relatively old card. Have lasers with normal map in world space, and you simply add world space normal to it. Don't use tangent space normal on output. Okay, yeah. So you'd get your vertex normal world space. So if we just looked at this and just debugged it as like, you know, the actual look of it. You know, this is saying, okay, this is negative Z. So it's not blue, and this is positive Z, it's blue. If we get texture, and said, what's a funny texture? The apples, hell yeah. You get these apples, I'll have to do my usual thing because my normals are all 0 to 1 instead of negative 1 to 0, negative 1 to 1. If we just put this into here, we would just get this, right? And this is incorrect. This is using the tangent space normals as the world normals. So we need to do a transform. Transform vector, or just transform. Transform tangent space to world space. And this should then give us the correct... Yeah, so this is saying these are facing up because there's blue. These ones down here, they're negative Z. So if you wanted to combine them together, if they were in world space, then you could just, you know, get this one and harsh noise. And normalize flattens both. Yeah, actually, yeah, normalize probably wouldn't be the way to go. I think just adding them and dividing by 2. So just get the average of them. Or you could use the what's it called? So yeah, this is just adding them together. Oh, you could add them and not divide by 2. That would just let it get normalized in the other end. So if I now put this into the actual normals, sorry, and we just say, put, I don't know, a color in here. And we go surface. We don't have the emissive. Maybe a bit lighter. So you can see now we've got the apples and we've got the noise together. If we didn't have the divide, it should just be stronger, essentially. No, it's the exact same. Yeah. So the other thing you could do is the blend angle corrected normals. So this is the base normal, and then the noise would be the additional normal. And then put that into here. Also, this should be in non-tangent space. If it wanted to be correct. There we go. That's better. But I think the difference is going to be very minimal. Hold on. Let me figure out what I'm doing. So that's good. This one's fucked though. Okay, maybe don't do this one. Cause okay, yeah, no, I know why. Cause okay, that's not meant. You could use this, but you'd have to do it. Tangent space, blend angle, corrector normals, then transform to world space. And that would give you correct normals. There we go. Not divided by 2 would end up with a min-max value of 2 in world space, right, which might look incorrect. So when they get spat out the normal thingo, they get normalized anyway. So you would just end up with a stronger normal, I'm pretty sure. Which would look like adding them together, not getting the average of them. But it would still be correct at the end. So like we'll compare this to this. There's literally no difference. Huh? Well, there you go. So yeah, that's how I'd do it. If they're already in world space, then just add them together, and it should be fine. Blend function is from tangent. Yeah, exactly. Transforming thing rotates some normals since I don't unwrap my models. Gotcha. Yeah, so if they are world space, the normals, or do you mean the normals are local space, not world space? As in, like, they're, like, baked for the model. Does that kind of make sense? Sorry, that would have to be tangent to local space. Okay, they're not. Because this would be, like, you know, incorrect when the thing rotated, so then you'd just have to transform local to world, but... Yeah, just adding them together should do it, if they are truly world normals. And that shouldn't rotate anything and whatnot. Can I delete? Why can I not delete that? There we go. Sensitive UV orientation, so your UV islands are rotated. Transform calculation will rotate the output. Yeah. I've run into that for when I was like baking armor pieces and whatnot. But so are you using textures? Are you using textures that are... So where are the normals coming from if you haven't unwrapped the models? That's what I'm curious about. No, this is text. Oh my god. Alright, equipment slot. So, if we wanted to... Can entity fit at index? We would need to do some... No, this doesn't even need to re-thingo, does it? Couldn't we just do this in multi-slot container doodad? But then why couldn't we just do that in base? That takes it for layers in triplanar, which calculates world space normals, and I have procedural world space normal from height to normal smooth, which does... Gotcha. Yeah, so you should just be able to add them together. Like, add the results together, if they're in world space. Although for something like a character, you'd probably want to use the pre-skinned local... What's it called? Pre-skin local position. Yeah. Oh, we're already doing this here. Cool, cool, cool. So I'd need to... Let's do a function for... Oops, this should be in base. Based entity container thing. Can entity fit at index? Bam. Yeah, I think we just say base entity container does the thing. Search container for space. That does nothing. That's literally that. This is the only thing that is different, but this should just be in base container. Can entity fit at index? Get the stuff, do the thing. Off we go. So can entity fit at index? Get at this index. Is there already something here? Can't fit there. And then this incoming entity, get entity static data, get the entity tags. We need to do this. So we would need to do a function called check entity tags. Return. This has a boolean called you have passed the balls test. From second normal, I subtract vertex normal and then add them together. Yeah? Because then you're essentially getting almost like the tangent normals. Yeah, if you had a world space normal and subtracted the world space thingo, it wouldn't be tangent normals, but it would be the additional normals. So yeah, that could actually work. Smart. Also, this is a silly reference. You passed the balls test. Success! Exclamation mark. Check entity tags. Well, just entity test entity tags. I don't know what the fuck would I do it. Incoming entity. And then entity object. Right, get me your tags. Get tags, or get static D. Get tags. Then we... Get out of here, piece of shit. There we go. I'd want to do... I'd actually want to do... just the tags. Just entity tags, which is going to be tag container, but an array of them. Because we might have multiple composited tags. Yeah. So then we want to get the allowed PyCos container static data allowed. What the fuck were the things called? Slot. Container slot data for each of these. So we'd want to say entity tags for each. Has all tags or has any tags? You know what I'm saying? Wait, how the fuck do I... How do we... What is love? I guess we first... Huh. Fuck, can you do like a... You can do a contain... No, but you can't... Can you... Can you do a set of tags? A tag set? But then the comparison wouldn't be... We couldn't have conditional comparisons. Shit. You know? Because the entity tags might be like... Entity tags... Entry 1 could be... No, the entity tags can just be one container. I'm pretty sure. When would an entity ever need... multiple containers? Because it's tags, like let's say a helmet, for example, would be entity tags, equipment, helmet, or, you know, item, helmet, open face. But then it might have another tag called item, visual, fancy, or something. And maybe we can only put a fancy helmet on. So that would be allowed tags, which is a whitelist. Does this have to be an array of tags then? Like an array of tag containers. Because when are we ever going to be like, oh, this equipment slot can contain only a fancy humanoid helmet or a plain horse helmet. Do you know what I mean? Data struct. So we'd have to just be doing has all tags entity, no, allowed tags. Fuck. Huh? Hold on. Let me do brain. Also, girl, can you help with my foot? There you go. Oh, better. Oh my god, those fucking possums. Shut up. Stop screaming. What is up with possums? Yeah, what's the deal with possums? They're doing like pterodactyl screams. What the hell? I think it can just be one container. At least for the entity itself. Whereas the allowed tags... That's a whitelist, which means it has to have all of the ones in the thing. No, this has to be... No, if it has to have all of them... Then we... Yeah, okay, no, yeah. So if we said that no, but wouldn't that just be... Wouldn't we then just use allowed tags and disallowed tags? So that if we were a lizard person, we would say allowed tags, equipment, helmet. I'm confused. Why am I so dumb? Why am I so stupid? I don't think these have to be arrays. Well, No, okay. So if we wanted to do something like we can allow in this quiver explosive arrows and normal arrows, but not other arrows for some reason, then the allowed tags, if the allowed tags said arrow, if it was one container and it was then arrow, regular, and explosive, then it would only allow an arrow that was regular and explosive. Which I could kind of get around by saying allowed tags arrow, disallowed tags anything that isn't, you know, thingo or thingo, but that just creates problems. So I think we just do I think disallowed tags would be... Use tag query for this? True. Does contain a match tag query? Which the query is a query struct, which I then make. And what the fuck is this? Right. All expressions match, all tags match, any expressions match. But that can be its own thing. But then I'd have to, like, do a thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd have to do that per thing. I'd rather just have a generic way where we just say allowed tag containers, or like whitelisted tag containers. Have this tag and not this tag, or this and this tag. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, I feel like just doing it this way might be simpler, where it's like the entity just has a tag container singular, but then we want to do for each thing allowed, so this is like a tag whitelist for each. Well, actually I could just do a contains item. Allowed tags. Gameplay tag container structure. That's it. Because if we're using a whitelist, it... If there's nothing in here, then this can go in here. If there's something in here, then it is an explicit whitelist. But it doesn't have to be an exact match. But it does. So I probably need to do a struct that's called... It's like a struct with tag and condition. You know, all, any, has not. Gameplay System has much nicer gameplay tag systems. How does it work? Like, what are their kind of... What's their setup for tag comparisons? Because this is for an inventory, not an ability. So it's a bit more fricky. Because let's say I had allowed tags, item, ammunition, arrow, and nothing else. So then if I had something with entity tags, you know, blah, 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 arrow, explosive, it should be allowed in there. But if I had it allowed tags, blah, 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 arrow, you know, lightning arrow, and then I tried to put an explosive arrow in, it shouldn't allow it. So it would be like... It would have to be contains entire, like, fucking, what is it? Contains, or has tags. Choose whether it has any of the tags in the other container exact match. If true, the tag is exactly present. If false, the tag container will clear its parent tag will matching. Or is it has all? Well, no, it would be does the slot container have all of the entities? No, because again, then the entity is like, oh, I've got like a dirtiness tag or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, no, we are using those gameplay tags. That's like a generic system now. It's not just tied to gameplay ability system. So yeah, they are hierarchical. So it's like item dot ammunition dot arrow dot explosive. So we can say has all tags or has any tags, but I think either way I need to check the allowed tags on a loop. Trying to populate an inventory slot but only allow certain things into it. Yeah, or disallow certain things. So like allow a generic tag, like one of the, you know, higher up tags, like arrow, but then disallow, you know, arrow lightning or something. So, you know, allow anything with the tag item medical, but disallow something that has the, I don't know, metal tag or something. Which means this is just a specific container for... And again, this is just like future-proofing. These are just weird examples that aren't actually... Like, you could put anything in a medical box if you wanted, but... I think I'd just do an array of allowed tag containers. If not so this would have to do a valid index. And if there's nothing in there, then don't do anything. We can just skip over that. And then disallowed tags could probably be a singular container tag, which we could then just do has any tags. Bam. Entity should have all in the allowed tags and not have any in disallowed. What do you mean, middle? The entity just has tags that describe itself. Like, this is an arrow, or this is a person, or this is a, you know, a living chicken of this breed or something. Yeah, so this is the container testing, can this entity be inside me? Do you know what I mean? This slot does not care if any has extra tags. Yeah. Entity should have... Oh, okay. No, but it shouldn't have all in the allowed tags, because if we had allow tags arrow lightning and allow tags arrow fire, then if we weren't doing an array of containers, then we would need to have we'd only be able to add arrows that are both lightning and fire in the one entity. Or no, we'd just say allow tags, because we'd have to say has any tags exact match? But then if it was have any tags exact match, if we had an extra condition, like you can only put dirty things in here, then we'd be able to put in a dirty non-arrow, because it would have... So yeah, so I want to do an array of allowed tags. And then has all tags. No, it has yeah, it has all tags. The allowed tag, does the entity have all of the allowed tags? Exact match. Well, no, because then How does exact match work again? If true, the tag has to be exactly present. If false, then the tag container will include its parent tags while matching. The tag container will include its parent's tags while matching. Okay, no, yeah, that would be fine. Wait, would it? Ah. Let's just do a test. Let's just fucking fuck. Give me a blueprint. Actor. You are now in the world. Okay. We go to the event graph. Girl, can you hop off, please? We just want to do on tick. Gameplay tag container. Make gameplay tag container. Bam. Then we just want to do has all tags. And then we just want to print string. So if this is our thingo, so this would be our entity, which would be like a helmet, which would say, oh yeah, I'm a helmet, you know? I'm a head, equipment head PyCos thing. And then this was equipment head PyCos thing. This would say true. True, yep. Exact match would also be true. Cool. If this was just, this can be just equipment. Not specifically head, but anything with equipment. Exact match should return false. False. But if not exact match, this should be true, right? Yes. Okay. We're good. So that means if it was arrow explosive and the container said arrow generic, then this is what we want. So we'd want to do for each in the array of this, compare this has all tags. Not exact match. If any of them succeed... I need to do a loop break, don't I? If any of these succeed, then we want to test the disallowed tags to see if it thingos. Because as soon as one of these succeeds, we know that it's allowed in here. Unless there's something else disallowing it from being in here. Now, I'm pretty sure the disallowed tags should probably be a single container. And it should be asking, has any tags? You know what I mean? Unless... again, no, I'd probably still do that as an array. Because I think... if we wanted to get really picky about something, for some fucked up reason, I think we'd do it as a set of... It would have to be... has any... has... No, we just do contain tags. Unless you want more testing. Yeah, exactly. Is your allowed and disallowed arrays of tag containers or single tags? It's an array of tag containers. Yeah. Which is just so we can, like, composite, you know, tag properties a lot easier. Because we might have a sword. But then we might have, like... So we might have item... Or, like, item, armor, chestplate. But then we might have a completely different tag, like race, you know, racial... humanoid lizard man. And so maybe humans can wear lizard man armor, but lizard men can't wear human armor, but they can wear lizard man armor as well. Humanoids can wear humanoid or lizard man armor. So lizard man equipment would say item, armor, chest, and in its disallowed tags would say race, blah, 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 humanoid. Or, yeah, no, it would have to be any tags, wouldn't it? So maybe it should just be an array of individual tags. Exact match has tag singular. Have requirements that's an array can be a tag requirement, a character attribute, like level it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Allowed needs to be or disallowed needs to be any. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the extra requirements could just be overridden in equipment specifically, but the way that this whole system is structured, everything is an entity contained in an entity. So, like, we don't really need to check for... I mean, I guess doing it as a... like a condition data object or data asset could be interesting. Oh, sorry, yeah. I'll be right back. BRB. Hello, I'm back. So, the conclusion that I've come to is... I'm still confused. No, I'm not. Or am I? If we wanted to allow everything, for some reason, except arrows, we would say, don't allow arrows. Which would basically say, where's that little dude? So if we had this, equipment head, don't allow equipment. So this would just be has all tags and then inverted, you know, it would say, oh yeah. Well, this is saying that this is in the list. So yeah, I think... But then if this was just an arrow, so just equipment, we say this, that's true. But then we tried to put a fire arrow in there, then it would be false, which is... So if we're saying this is the incoming, this is arrow, this is literal game, don't allow arrow... Oh, right, no, false is good. Hold on. Let me just... Not 1 minus, what am I doing? Not Boolean. False is the expected. So let's just say, is this allowed? As though we're looking at the disallow list. So this is saying, don't... This is saying this is just arrow with no extra property on it. This is saying, don't allow fire arrows. Or chest equipment, you know. So this says true. You can use this. Because this is just regular arrow. If this was not exact match, then still true. If it was has... Yes, I think it has to be has all tags. So wait, if it was the other way around, where this is a head, but this is a no equipment full stop, then this should not allow it, because it's saying yes. So it would be has all tags, disallow list. Well, for each entry in the disallow list, we do a thing. So in here, we do for each loop, allow tag. This would be for each with break. Because as soon as we find any allow tag, we then move on to the disallow tags. Which do we want to check allow or disallow first? Which one would... I feel like we check disallow first. Because even if something passes the allow test, we then have to check the disallow test. Because it might be allowed tags arrows. So you can only put arrows in a quiver. But we can't put in arrows fire. Or some shit. Or arrows that are broken. Or I don't fucking know. So we'd want to do this as soon as we find one. No, the disallow would be a non-break. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can just not call the break, but fuck it. Cleanliness. So then after that's completed, we then... Well, at this point, we just return, so we don't need a fucking dude anyway. So this would be our allowed tags. This would be valid index disallowed tags. And then we do the same here for our allowed tags. Branchy boy. Can I just do a sequence? Yeah. Oh shit. Cool. All right, we're getting there. We are cooking with, well, not with gas because we don't use gas, but we're cooking with Picos. We are cooking the Picos. Yeah, that looks great. Go team. Cursed AF. Alright, so. If there's nothing in the disallow list, then chill. If we find anything that is correct in the disallow list, then return false. Yeah? Not exact match. And it has to be this and then that. So then we just do the exact same down here for the allow list. If we find anything in the allow list, immediately do success. If we complete the allow list without finding anything, it's a no. It's a no from me. Yeah, this is it. This is the one. Nice. Cool. Oh my god. Hey guys, what's going on? It's your boy, Prismatica Dev, coming at you with another 5-minute materials video, something. How's the stream, Self? Or should I say, how was the rest of the stream? Prismatica, the finest dev there is. I don't know about that. There's a lot of people in the dev family. What am I doing? I am currently banging my head against the wall doing conditional tag stuff. Like, is like a whitelist and a blacklist tag thing. It's a whole nightmare, but I think I figured it out now. I have to use an array of tag containers to do some real bullshit. But it should be fine. It should be fine. It's all good now. So that's our test entity tags thing. of this PyCos. Very good. Everything is now virtualized? Hell yeah. I wish I could say the same thing. I'm still doing UI stuff. As you can probably tell by my very funny stream title. What was the... Wait, what was the stream title? It's, Hey, bebeh, are you a widget? Because you make me want to gouge out my eyes. Like you eyes, you know, UI. It's funny, it's funny. Very funny. Yeah. But yeah, I'm currently in UI hell. Oh, I don't need this anymore. That can DIY. That was our little tester. New blueprint. Die. There we go. Delete. Very good. Okay, so now we can humanoid equipment. Can entity fit at index? It will call this. Can entity fit at index? We don't need to do this or that, or if there is an empty doodad. I think doing a just like a generic condition check kind of makes sense. But for now, we'll add that later. So now we can do test entity tags. Bam. So if there isn't anything in here, test our tag arenas. Bam. If success, then do the thing. Success. Entity tags is the wait, test entity tags. Container slot data. That's all slots. That's for all slots. That is not what I wanted. I want to do entity tags. Container slot data. As a container slot data. That's just singular. Bam. That can DIY. Bam, bam. That doesn't need to be there. Because if we wanted to do can fit at any index... let's go back to here. Nope. Back to base entity container object. What the fuck? Can entity fit at index? Oh, right. No, I copy-pasted it. So it can... Entity fit at index. Here it is. Here it is. So you die. Get out of here. Index get container slot data. Entity object. Do this. Test. Entity tags. Oh. Bam. 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 Container slot data. Bam. Entity tags is entity object. Get your static D. Get your tags. Put yourself in there. Test entity tags. PyCos container object is... Yeah. 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 God, I hate tags. But I love tags, but I hate tags. You know, tags. You can't live with them, can't live without them. A man cannot live on tags and tags alone. A rolling tag gathers no moss. A rolling tag gathers Cape moss. Wisdom. Wisdom. Alright. We are on track. We're on track to finish this game by 2035. Which is pretty good. We're gaining momentum. Sorry, did I say game? I meant experience. Finish this experience. Now, here's a question. Does a helmet contain the equipment head tag? Or does it just have a helmet tag so that the helmet doesn't care where it's put? It's just that the head slot is looking for a helmet. I think the second one. I think the item shouldn't give a shit about itself. It should just describe what the item is. It shouldn't know anything about what a container... Like, it shouldn't care about any kind of container tags. Container-specific tags, like equipment slot. Because then we can put shoes on our head if our head container slot it allows that. That's what I suggested. Yeah. I was just clarifying what I decided on. What we decided on. Sorry. What we decided on. Chatters and streamer. Okay, cool. But for now, if we go... So, like, this multi-slot container doodad, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't actually need any overridden things. In fact, this literally doesn't need anything. This should be a property of the... of just the base entity container. Initialize PyCost container. Resize to the length of the container slot data. Yeah. Because then if we go to the grid one, container grid, initialize, it will do this, and then it will resize itself again to the big... Oh no, that's the grid. Not the actual... thingos. So this would just be a wasted operation, but it would be fine. Because this is always going to get... In the grid, when we update unique items list, we should be... Oh no, we're setting this array as that. We don't have to clear it. So we just go through the grid pointer array, and we just add unique. So if it's already in there, we just say, hey, fuck yeah. And that will just be the contained entities single reference, so that if we then did a loop through them, it would just be per item, not per grid reference thing. Which I kind of... it's like, it's more memory, but it's quicker to execute to have it as a... one reference 1 pointer per grid slot, per grid square. Because we can then be like, oh, what's at this index? Oh, it's this one. You know what I mean? Unless I just did a... No, but then I'd be doing a map of fucking index to item anyway. Which defeats the whole purpose. The whole porpoise. Oh, also Crevea. You know how I was watching Adam's stream the other day, and he was like doing spatial grid or hash grid stuff. And it got me thinking, you know how like the you know how the Prismatica spatial grid whatever it like does like a transform from... Sorry, let me just go and lit. It does like a transform from grid, or like from coordinate to index. Also, what the hell is that? Oh, they're trees. Which means like it has to be like completely square. I was thinking, what if instead of using an array... Oh, no, because arrays get... No. What if instead of using an array, where it's like index is, you know, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, 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 next line, blah, blah, blah. What if it was just a map of coordinates from world origin? Because that way, like to the array of the contained objects. Because that way, it could be like from world origin, you know, this is grid 200, 300, and this, and so like any spaces that were empty wouldn't have to be in the list. Do you know what I mean? And you also wouldn't have to do like the index conversion shit. But I'm just thinking like a map would do weird memory stuff probably. But it would be doing that anyway because the because it's storing an array of object pointers, which are all in fucking wherever they are in memory. You follow? Okay, yeah. You get what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm just thinking... Depends on the density. Do you mean, expensive memory-wise or expensive execution-wise? Having that removed from the map all the time is also not ideal. Well, it wouldn't be removing from the map. It would be removing from the array by reference as the value of the map. Or in the struct. The struct with the array of entities, navweb points, blah, 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 blah. Unless a navweb point is an entity. That's a good idea. But I'm just thinking it would kind of... I mean, how much is an empty struct? I'm just thinking, like, if the world is, like, stupid big, right? But also stupid fragmented. So it's like... this. Like, it takes up a large You know, maybe there's like gaps in the middle. Maybe this goes all the way up there. I don't know. Let's just imagine this for a second. Yeah, or not water, but like, you know, sky in the middle. And so it's like, okay, well, to do this grid, we have to have like potentially millions of just empty cells that are never going to be used. Because the way that the index transformation works, because it's literally an array with the index to coordinate, it has to be populated at all times. This is an actual quad tree, so... Yeah, by doing, like, a big... It does this, but then it can subdivide this. And then subdivide this, and that kind of shit. Based on how many things are in it. But then how does it know... How does it look them up? Like, what do they get stored as? Is each grid an object? So, like, this cell is an object that holds 4 subcells if it needs to get split. And then each of them holds 4 subcells, which then holds 4 subcells. And it can then transfer, or, like, split them by creating 4 subcells, iterating through everything that was in it before, and repositioning them in the subcells, right? At least that's how I'd probably go about it. They'd have to be objects, right? Because you have to be able to nest them, like subdivide and then also unsubdivide, depending on the total thing. So, like, this cell would know, oh, I've got 1 million entities in me, in total. And then this one would say, oh yeah, I've got 0 in me. This one would say, oh, I might have 1. This one's got maybe 5. This one's got another 200. Could have a huge array of structs that... Yeah, true. Point to each other by index. Or by reference, you mean? So you could do nested structs, yeah. That's true. Check water plugin quad tree. Yeah, I know they have a, I think there's just a generic quad tree implementation in the engine somewhere. Or maybe it's Octree. But yeah. But yeah, my idea, Gravea, would be that instead of using an array, you could just have a map that maps, you know, a coord to the array of things in it. So it could still be a static quad tree, but it would be only where there are entities. So it wouldn't need to do it in here. And then we could just do a cleanup, or like let's say like a let's say like an airship is moving from here to there. This could be empty, and it doesn't have to be removed from the map necessarily. But maybe it doesn't exist by default. And so then as this thing moves through it, it could just create a new entry in the map with that coord. You know, that grid coord. Because that, again, that if these are like world space coords, it makes the calculation dirt cheap, because it's literally just get my location in XY, divided by the cell size, and then floored. How do you floor something? Floor. So the floor of XY coord divided by size. And that would just straight up give you the two-dimensional integer to then look up through the map. And then, yeah, if something moves and it says, oh, yeah, I just moved, I'm just going to check my coord, you know, am I still in the same slot? No, I'm in a different one. Okay, let's add me to this. Let's add me to this cell now. Oh, wait, that cell doesn't exist. Better make one. You know what I mean? Just like an is key valid. If key not valid, make key. And add me to the thing. Because I thought that maps were supposed to be... like fast to look up from. So yeah, I don't know. I guess this would save more memory. Because again, if there's static grid cells, and I don't want to deal with this kind of bullshit, then it could save like a ton of just empty cells, which would have an empty struct in them, which has... Does an array with no entries take up memory? Not with a null reference as an entry. Takes up 8 bytes. Okay. Yeah, it's a point. I gotcha. So let's say there was like a million. What's a million? A million's only 1,000 by 1,000, right? Which means that's 8 million bytes, which is... What's 8 million bytes? Is that 8 megabytes? It is constant. Okay. 8 megabytes. Okay, well, even that 8 megabytes isn't much for, like, CPU RAM. I guess then the real determining factor would be, like, cache misses and shit. But even an array, because it's an array to a struct of pointers. Because, like, even if the array is all grouped in one section, the pointers are, like, fucking... They're pointing to objects that are everywhere. Wasn't it something that maps are kind of just, like, really stupid in memory? Like, when you add a new key... Or, like, maps don't, like, reserve... Yeah. So that would make the... retrieving the struct that has the pointers less efficient. But then getting the actual things that the pointers point to would be the same kind of bullshittery if it was an array or a map. What if... What if there's a map of coord to index I don't know. Stupid. That's just doubling up. Also, there's a new emote called Prisma Actually. But like ACKSH. Although I might rename it to Prisma Nerge. Nerge? This one here. What do you reckon? Actually or Nerge? Nerge? Alright, yeah, I reckon. Can I rename? Mother fricker, let me rename it. Can I not? What the fuck? Do I have to like re-add it? Twitch can oh, not which. Twitch can I rename emote? So can you rename it and assign directly? So let's see. Once assigned. Okay, why can I not do it then? Eh? No. Oh wait, what? Yeah. Let me do it. Okay, when the needs. Yeah. I agree. Let me. You know what? Fuck it. It's actually. But yeah, I was just thinking. It would be pretty easy to upgrade because it's literally just how do we access the data. It's not the actual structure of the data itself. We just change the functions. But I definitely know, yeah, like an array is faster memory-wise. Alright, what are we doing? We've got our anus slots. All of our anus slots. We want to... Player... Character... So we were doing this. We were adding entity at index. Does this ever get executed? Executor. No. Great. Search all containers for first space. Construct item object, backpack, blah, 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 blah. Let's jump in. So this will now search all containers for space on the character entity. We're going to go through... Why does that... Right, because they're wildcards. So cursed. We found one. This would be the... Doesn't tell us. This is now in humanoid equipment, Picos. Cool. For loop. Contained entities. Blah, blah, blah. Can entity fit at index? Index 0. Incoming entity. Backpack. Bam. Can you fit at index? We're going to be like, hey. Hey, MF. Is there anything there? No, there isn't anything there. Test the entity tags. The entity tags is Well, they'll be null. Test entity tags, blah, blah, blah. Is disallowed tags anything? Nope. Is allowed tags? Ah, I see. That's going to return false, isn't it? Okay, hold on. This needs to be if we... Oh, fuck. We need to have a Boolean. If we... is link in chat? Yeah, on Twitch you can post links. On YouTube it doesn't let you for some weird reason. Oh, it's probably a good thing because YouTube chat is weird as fuck. No offense. No offense. I know not all YouTube chatters. I get it. But the only times we've ever had problems, aside from those weird bots on Twitch, they've been YouTube people. I miss those. What were those bots? Map versus array size in memory. Oh, gotcha. Ah, okay. And what's the, I guess it doesn't really matter what the array is doing. Each line is 8 bytes. Gotcha. So is this just an empty array, or is this an array with entries? I guess it doesn't really... Okay, yeah, so the type is pointers. Yeah, array U object. But it's empty, okay. So... could this be that the initial overhead of the map is bigger than the initial overhead of the empty array? Because maybe once you start adding heaps and heaps of stuff to it, do you know what I mean? Maybe they scale the same, but there's just an initial overhead, which wouldn't really matter too much. Although I guess the map has to have a key and a value. Yeah. So automatically it's twice the memory size, probably. Yeah. Yeah. But then you factor in, like, okay, well, with a map, we wouldn't need to have every grid space exist until it needs to. Whereas with an array, we have to use, like, a grid if we want to do, like, quick index lookups, you know, convert coord to index, blah, blah, blah. Whereas a map could be any kind of shape. It would just be world coordinates divided by a grid size floored, and that would just give us the map index straight away. Right off his case. Yeah, exactly. But then it's also like the access times. I mean, in C++, you can probably reserve memory for a map. Probably. I mean, maybe it does that in Blueprint anyway. Although I know in Blueprint you can't explicitly reserve room for an array. Reserving isn't... Yeah. Well, I mean, it's more just so that they're all in the same memory... Not chunk, but... Isn't, like, really inefficient to be, like, looking, you know, all around the place? So I've never explicitly had to deal with memory in CPP other than access file. Yeah. 2 entries. Okay, let's see. Yo, okay. Okay. Because it has to hash them, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, there's obviously some extra shit. So this would essentially mean if our... If 25% of our map was... If 75% of our map, like our world map, was empty space, then using a map would be more memory efficient. So, like, if our world map was just a huge diagonal, like, long boy, then it would be performance gain. Sorry, memory efficient. Not necessarily performance. Yeah, so... The memory... the performance... If looking up from a map versus looking up from an array is the same speed, then it would be faster to use a map, because then we don't have to do the world space to array index transformation. Because we can literally just basically floor, you know, divide floor, look up from map. Without having to do the modulo bullshit. Probably depending on key type. Yeah, that's true. Yo, what if we mapped an index to the value? What if the key was an integer? Wouldn't that be Pog? Imagine if you could have a map. Lookup is just, is XY no, is X2Y no, until they find it. On a map? No, on a map, it uses some shit. Some, like, hash shit. Use the same trick to turn 2D coordinate to one int to use for map key. Yeah, no, I was joking about the integer being the key for the maps, you know? That was just a joke. Because that's literally just an array, but with all the overhead of a map. That was just a joke. That was just a big brain programming joke, you know? Although I guess you could then have empty, like you could skip indexes, which I guess, you know. It would be ideal. Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, you could just be like, okay, our maximum size is 10,000 coordinates is... no, because you'd have to deal with negatives as well. I don't know. Anyway, let's... What the fuck am I doing? So disallow list first. If we make it past the disallow list, completed, we want to do a Boolean. Local variable, not disallowed. Not disallowed. Yes. So then, if there is no allow list, so allow list invalid, oh, fuck you, then we want to return the not disallowed. Not disallowed. Bam. But if it made it through the disallow list, but there wasn't... No, because if there isn't that... No, we want to do... Sorry, we want to fucking... I'm dumb as fuck. That can fuck off. Not disallowed. We then want to branch here. No, wait, hold on. If there is this... I'm fucking... What the fuck is wrong with... What am I trying to do? What the fuck? 7% with 100 entries is 8,000 bytes. Okay, okay. The trader's memory save, but only 7/8 of your would-be array is empty. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. It is a lot. It is a lot. So I think I'd... Does... Okay, here's the next question. Does accessing via index... So if I use a getter from an array... If the array is like 3 million entries long, does this getter get any more expensive? You know, if I say get entry, you know, this one, is that any more expensive than if the array was just 1 entry long? It shouldn't? Okay, yeah. With arrays, it can jump to index. Yeah, gotcha, gotcha. And because it might miss on CPU cache, it has to retrieve memory from RAM. Yeah, but with an array, aren't arrays usually stored in one big fat boy anyway? Or at least you can reserve space for them to all be in one thing, which means that even if it does... Yeah, yeah. As we compare keys, arrays are like the integer keys. I thought maps did, like, hashing, so that they essentially are just looking up by integer. You know? CPU cache can hold it. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it means we'd miss 1 clock cycle. If our thing was... Or we could miss 1 clock cycle if it was 4 kilobytes big or some shit. I don't fucking know. I don't know how computers work. It's a lot more than what... Okay, okay. Is it like a clock cycle? Like a clock cycle loop. I'm just thinking of a fucking... how a game engine works. clock cycle. A clock cycle. A clock cycle tick. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What the fuck was I doing here? So this is anything disallowed? If this completes... So we say, has alt tags? No. Blah, blah, blah. If any of them are disallowed, success, we return immediately success null, or success no. If it isn't has all tags, we just keep going. If we complete this, we have not disallowed, which we also need to set here. Oh, I can just do this. That's where it was fucky. Because if there is no disallow list, then it is not disallowed. Not disallowed true. You know what I'm saying? So then if we get to the allow list, if there is no allow list and it is not disallowed. So no, so we do just... So fucking confused. If we get to the allow list, I'm so confused. I'm like actually Pepega. L1 cache takes 1 clock cycle, L2 cache 2. Cool. Cool, that makes so much sense now. Thanks for clarifying. Gigacycle is probably a real measurement. Yeah, true. So, what am I trying to do here? What am I trying to do here? If there's no disallow... So, if there's no allow list, but it wasn't not disallowed... Do we even need this? If there's no allow list... Because if there was anything on the disallow, then it would have got yeeted. But if there was no... Yeah, no, I'm just stupid. I'm actually just stupid as fuck. We don't even need that. We just say if there's no allow list, if we even made it to here, because otherwise it would have failed here. So this is just literally success. If there's no allow list, it means allow all. Yeah. So we don't need the not disallowed. If it does have an allow list, so there is a valid index, then look through all of the allowed tag containers. If it has all tags, then go for it, if we find any. If we don't find any, but there is an allow list, then fail. That's it. Good. CB architecture stream went redstone in Prismatica? Wouldn't that be funny? Well, I mean, technically... I do want to do some kind of bullshit like modular gadgetry stuff. Like a bomb that is made up of a container, a payload, and any number of extra gadgets, like, you know, you have a timer, and then that timer activates the explosion mechanism, or the trigger. Or it could be like, timer activates it will jump up off the ground, like a jumping, what are they called? Bouncing Betty. And then another timer that then, you know, activates the payload, or activates the explosion type. I guess the explosion type would depend on the casing. So you could have like you could like, you could could construct explosives with a particular trajectory, like explosion shape, with anything inside them, so it could be like flammable or it could be shrapnel or whatever, with a timer that does a thing, and then a timer that gets activated after that one that then explodes it. Do you know what I mean? I think that would be real funny. And that would just be Picosses, yeah. It'd be a bomb or a gadget Picos container, which would then just be a chain of timer, object, item, the other one, you know. So it would literally just be this. It would just execute them in order, basically. Also, Silo, how's it going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. We were just doing a bit of random tangent talking abouting. And now we're about to get back to actual work on this inventory system-y thing. Video game Prismatica banned internationally for teaching bomb making. Yeah. Oh, you could even do, like, stupid stuff like a bomb that is triggered by temperature, and you could then sneak it into a bandit's backpack so that when they go over to their bonfire, where everyone else is, so that you know they're all going to be in a group because they're at the bonfire. When they go to the bonfire and their backpack's temperature increases, and therefore the gadget in the backpack's temperature increases, then it would explode and take everyone out. That would be amazing. So it's like a temperature-sensitive explosive trigger. That you could, like, stealth into someone's backpack. That's dumbass. That's dumbass, but I love it. Actual terroristic device. Sorry, I meant a confetti, like a little party popper. So that, like, they could all celebrate in sync when the bandits go to the bonfire. Anyway, I'll be right back. Because now the FBI is here. I'm kidding. Hello. Yo, Krim. Thanks for the raid. My dude, we were just talking about making bombs. In a video game. How are you? How was the stream? How was Cumz? Oh, wait, no. Still working on suit for hire. Two suit, two hire. Where is Cumz? I'm just joking, just joking. Sorry, there's a lot of chat I missed out. Just wanted to be funny. I didn't realize that I made it too realistic. Prismatica dev. Hell yeah. Fuck, how else did he do with a recruitment offer? Shit. Might speculate that 20 to 40% of games across all platforms and genres might feature bombs in some capacity. That's probably true. I feel like even in, like, Viva Pinata, there are bombs. You know? I feel like there are bombs in Viva Pinata. Or, like, The Sims. Pretty sure The Sims has bombs. I mean, The Sims has a lot of other war crimes, but... you know. It's The Sims. It's EA. What do you expect? What do you expect? Viva Pinata was fine. Yeah, Viva Pinata was, like... it's up there. It's in my top games of all time. But yeah, for those of you that missed out, the context of bombs was talking about modular gadgetry down the line. So you could, like, have a timer that gets activated when you throw something that activates a behavior, like, you know, jump up from the ground, and then another timer that gets activated when that one gets activated, that then makes it explode when it, you know, like a bouncing Betty, which I'm pretty sure breaks the Geneva Convention. The bouncing Betty, are they called bouncing Betties? Break Geneva. It's called an S-mine, right? Let's see. Any Control F, Geneva. No? No? Okay. War crime? No? Okay. There you go. This Bouncing Betty is a medieval fantasy game. It's like, well, it's medieval fantasy game, you know? It's like clockwork and shit. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, what we were working on before I went and gave my cat worm tablets is Picos. So where were we? This should be getting added now. Search all containers for space, blah, 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 blah. Add entry index. Yes, it's going to then add it. And very good. All right, so our anus slot isn't getting refreshed. So when we add something at index, how do we want to go about updating the widget? Because the way I was doing it before was we literally just reconstruct the widget every time we make a change to it. Like to the construction of, you know, like remove something from the head or the backpack or whatever. We just say, fuck it, build it all again. Which I feel like isn't the worst. It's not the worst thing. You know, a little bit of rebuilding never killed anyone. But We could do it a lot smarter. But at the same time, can I be bothered? Not really, not really. So I think what we're going to do is just on item added, on entity stored here, contain inside PyCos. Do I just want to do a entity object, get parent most entity, and just do the update relevant UI? Well, no, that would be, oh, you know, get parent most entity, update the UI. Yeah. That's fine. Although that won't work for, you know what? Let's just do... update relevant UI. What about on remove entity? Bam, 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 bam. Do we have an on entity removed? Well, this is the container object. On entity stored here. Ah, fuck it. This is fine. We're just doing our character. All right, let's just get our update relevant UI interface. Kind of cringe, I know. Interfaces. Where the fuck is it? Hello? Class settings. Interface. Add. UI. Inventory. Item. What the fuck was it from? Update. Relevant. What are you from? Oh, that's an actual function. Why am I so stupid? Right, and this is saying, well, FMD. Actually, no, this is fine. We just need to be like... well... Because the entity icon widget component has to be parented to the actor. This would then... probably just want the entities to have a reference to their widget? No. Well... no. Well... can something ever be represented twice in the thingo? Not really. We can't see our inventory and then our inventory again. That kind of defeats the entire purpose of the UI. Two-hand weapon showing in both hands. I think for the hands, I would do a specific UI that turns it into one slot. So you'd have an empty hand, but then if you're two-handing... well, technically if you're two-handing something, you're still only holding it in one hand. Because you can hold a two-handed weapon in one hand, and then have something in the other hand, but in order to actually use the weapon, you would have to drop your left-hander thing and start killing. Know what I mean? So huge crate is kind of different. You're technically hauling a crate. You're not holding a crate. Because a crate isn't an item. A crate is an entity. So a crate doesn't have an attack moveset. Do you know what I mean? But it would occupy the hands. So I'd probably, yeah, have an override for that. Which would just hide both hands and just have the crate in both hands. But a crate doesn't, yeah, have like a moveset where like you've got your crate light attack and your crate heavy attack and shit. You can like yeet the crate, but that's a part of the hauling kind of action list. So you can push a crate, you can pull a crate, you can lift the crate, you can unlift the crate. So you could drop a crate onto someone's head, but it's technically not a weapon. If we're getting real technical and whatnot, grappling with one hand while using a two-handed weapon in your other hand is fairly default. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it works. If you've got a two-handed weapon in your main hand, and then you hold Alt, which is your alternate attack, then you would use your free hand. So you could be like, you know, using a spear, you're like doing your stabby stabs, and someone gets real close, and you just smack them in the face with your free hand. Or grapple them. But yeah, you use Alt to switch between main hand and offhand. At least in the current control scheme. But it kind of gets a bit... It kind of gets a bit fucked, basically. With, like, using two weapons at once. Or even something as kind of simple as using a shield. Like, if you wanted to quickly block with your shield, you would have to hold Alt, because the shield's in your left hand. So you'd have to go Alt, right-click to parry or block or whatever. Because you can still parry with a weapon when you've got a shield, you know? And the shield will still provide passive protection. But then if you wanted to shield bash, you would hold Alt and, you know, thrust. So you'd thrust with the shield. Or you could, like, hold Alt and then hold down attack and you do, like, a shield charge or something. Probably. I think on controller, it would just be your left bumper and trigger, right bumper and trigger, and you'd... I don't know how I'd... I don't know how I'd set it up. Because at the moment, it's left click tap on the mouse for a light attack, left click hold for a heavy attack, mouse wheel up for a thrusting attack, mouse wheel down for a either a bashing attack or a grapple. Still not decided on that. And then right click for parry, or right click hold for like a extended block if the weapon allows it, or if the item allows it. So it's pretty much just like how Chivalry works. Chivalry or Mordhau, where, you know, mouse wheel is for thrust. Which I think is intuitive, because it's like, you're like thrusting with your middle finger. You know what I mean? And then if you want to zoom in and out, you just take yourself out of combat mode. Sucks to spam though? No, because you can just flick your mouse wheel, and if you've got a really heavy mouse wheel that unmagnetizes itself, then... But I've spotted in Chivalry Deadly... Yeah, true. Yeah. Why does that stop me? Hmm. Anyway, does anyone remember what I was doing? Because I don't. Yeah, I've got an MX Master 3. And I kind of hate it. I kind of hate the magnetic mouse wheel because sometimes it misses the first one. Like the first click. But otherwise it's pretty good. Making a wheelbarrow jump. Right. Oh, the bear with the wheelbarrow. I forgot. Yeah. Mark, finish watching the 2 videos. It's going to take a bit to digest. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I think the first one is more applicable to most cases. The second one's just me flexing about how convoluted I could make a material, you know? But it has some nuggets in there. Right, so technically we have our backpack in our backpack slot. Or do we? No, we need to go to equipment. Picos. Equipment Picos. Equipment Picos static data. Here we go. Right, okay, so this one's called slot name, head. Oop, not Herad, head. Tags is head. Slot widget position is predetermined. Allowed tags. Can't be bothered, we'll just put everything in everywhere. This is called the chest. No, upper body. Who fucking cares? Blah, 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 upper body. This one is called the lower body. Lower body tag. We'll do a space. I should probably make these text, not name. So that they can be localized. Visible when nested. Ah. Or is that... No, that's the whole thing. Yeah. Visible... Wait, shouldn't that be each individual slot? No. No, it should be the entire container static data. So if we put a human in a barrel, we shouldn't be able to see their equipment until we take them out of the barrel. Because... reasons. Unless the barrel's really fucking big. Anyway, let's continue. Duplicate, lower body, slot name, feet. Sniffer. Da-da-da-da-da, feet. And duplicate. Can I be bothered duplicating? It doesn't really matter. Feet. Chest. Picos equipment chest. New. Can I just like make a bunch of new entries? Bam, bam, bam. Cool. Expand dong. Chest. Legs. Legs. Hands. Hands. Back? No, arms. 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 And then here we have the back. Which is back. I want you back. Ooh, ooh baby. So let's just say for the time being, back only allows things that are back. It only allows equipment back. Yeah, I can't be bothered doing the item shit. You know, item backpack. whatever. And then we just go to the backpack. Backpack. 01. We go to your tags. Default entity tags. Die. Default entity tags. Back. You are an equipment back. Sweet. So this should only store itself in the back. Probably. What does PyCos stand for? It's the Prismatica Inherent Container Object System. But it's also a really bad joke. Which I can explain if you want me to. I think it's funnier when you explain it. Index 0. Ah. Oh, because it... Right, because they don't have a disallow list. Gotcha. So if I said head... Right, because a head should only accept helmets and blah, blah, blah. So let's just say humanoid dude. Where are you? Please do. Okay, so... The joke is set up by asking a question such as, which would win in a fight, a grizzly bear or a pycos? And then, the person who was asked the question usually asks, what's a pycos? And then the person who asked the question says, about $2.50. It's funny. Can't see it on my face, but I'm laughing on the inside. Hell yeah. Aren't we all? Alright, this should only get added to number 5. There we go. Although I feel like 5 is like... I feel like I've missed a bunch. Head, da-da-da. Upper body, da-da-da. This one, da-da-da. This one, da-da-da. That one, da-da-da. This one, da-da-da-da-da. Test. This is just to block it. Da-da-da. Okay, so now this should only get added to the back, which is index number 8. 8. Cool. So now we just need this to actually spawn the dude. So in here, when we update all equipment slots, we go master entity socket list. We then initialize pycos widget. Owning entity object, owning da-da-da-da-da. So this is container base. which on initialize, we want to, if we have owning entity object, we don't care about that one. We want to get the, fuck. This is a container base. We have the owning PyCos container. We can get the contained items. Can we get our own entity index? I guess for a slot, it isn't inherent. So then we would need to do on our, wherever this is, our entity socket in the initialize function. Where the fuck are you? We would need to, well, do this, which just does that. And then we would then need to get the owning PyCos container. We need to get the contained entities. We would then need to get our own socket index. We would then need to get this. If this is a valid index, of course. Or, actually, no, not valid index. It should always be a valid index. But we do an is valid. Nope. Is. Fuck. Is valid. If not valid, clear, where is it, like, what's it called? Kill children or something? Children. Clear. Fucking hell, what's the... Child widget? Clear widget? What's the fucking thing? Or does it have to be the element? Hold on, it's in here somewhere. I've got it over here. Clear children from panel widget. Yeah, there we go, there we go. So entity socket would be the... What the fuck? What's the thing? Oh, this doesn't... This is a... It's got a container base. Container base. So socket, default box, socket background, text, item box. Item box is the one that would then have the item. So yeah, so it is item box, gets cleared. Oh, so I should probably change that default text. What is wrong with this guy? Container text. Text is slot. There we go. Clear the children. If valid, we want to create widget. Does the entity need to create its own widget? No, this is just a thing of the stuff, right? Should it be up to the entity to create its own corresponding widget? It probably should. Rather than the widget pulling data. Because if it needs to adjust heaps of material parameters, it should probably be done by the entity itself. Yeah. Yeah, but it has to be an entity widget dude. So let's go to PLSS entity. Entity object. You'll have a function called function new create entity or initialize create entity widget, and this will just do it itself. Well, this is the... No, we just want to return. Oops. The entity widget, which is the widget that represents this entity. So I think even storing a reference to the widget itself, if it is valid, would be kind of pog, because then we can... If we're like creating an entity and it already has a widget valid, we could just move, you know, add that one to this one rather than destroying it and creating it again. You know what I mean? Create widget, create widget. So this would just be entity icon. This would be the dude. You just like not exist. Thank you. We then do this. Oops. You go in there. This is the entity icon widget. So I'm going to create entity icon widget. Bam. And then we can override this in some bullshit. Would we want to... We probably don't want to override this per entity class. We'd probably just want to have a different icon class that can then do its own shit, right? Do you know what I mean? Like in its static data. Actually, it might already be in entity static data. Well, this should have... Entity static data, living being static data, entity static data. This should have an entity widget type. Because then we can just do the extra shit in the widget class. Yeah. Entity icon widget class. And then just be like entity widget WP entity icon class reference. Okay. I can hear a siren going outside. Maybe it's the FBI, because we were talking about bombs before. Shit. Entity static data widget class. Entity icon widget class. So what we could do actually is we could have a reference to our widget on our entity. Promote to variable entity icon widget. And we could do a good old is valid check. It's like, is this real? If it isn't real, create the widget. If it is real, then return the thing. Widget reference on entity seems really dirty. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because remember that it's not always the user interface that's moving items around, you know? So, like, if a character... Let's say we've got our backpack open, and another character takes something out of it. We probably want the entity itself to say, hey, I've been moved. And then, you know, remove the widget from its current parent. And then when it gets put somewhere else, it would then get put on its widget. Do you know what I mean? On item would be one thing. Yeah, but like, you can move entities around as like, you can take a person out of a barrel and put them in. Like, we could have a gnome in our backpack. Someone could take the gnome out of our backpack. And if we were reconstructing every single time, then we could just be like, oh yeah, let's just fucking tell the parentmost entity to reconstruct their entire widget chain again. But if we just wanted to move the gnome icon, it's like... It could be cleaner. I mean, we could just tell the Picos, which the Picos would have a reference to its widget. But then, okay, no. Then, let's say the entity gets updated while it's in our backpack. The entity needs to update the material parameters on its widget, you know? So, like, we've got a gnome in our backpack, and the gnome is slowly dying of hypothermia. So it's like, its temperature, color gradually, gets colder. That would be the gnome's responsibility to update the widget. We could do it like, they have a reference to their icon material rather than the widget itself. But that kind of just sounds even more silly. How about replication? It would just get all done on the clients. So if the widget was valid on the client, aka they had the inventory open, then it would get updated and whatnot. As soon as we close the inventory, we probably... Maybe not for our inventory, maybe for our inventory we keep the widget alive the entire time and just hide it. But for like a chest or something, if we open it and then close it again, it should just kill itself after a little while. So the lizardman's probably the hot bloods can't handle a bit of long-term cold. True. And lizard ones usually die. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, lizard men would die in the cold. Because their exothermic. Or some shit. That's why you always see them on rocks and stuff in the sun. Otherwise they DIY. Although insects are kind of different, because insects don't die when they're cold. Their metabolism just slows down to like near zero. So you can like keep flies in the freezer for like weeks. And they just stop aging. And they just stop functioning, but then you can defrost them. And that's like an actual occupation in the movie industry called a fly wrangler. It's their job to store flies and then reheat them so that they can then use them in movies. And that sounds like I'm just making shit up, but that's actually what they did in, like, Westworld. Where they had the fly, you know, the flies on the hosts and stuff. Oh, fuck, I need to watch Westworld Season 1 again. It's so good. So yeah, anyway, I like the idea of the entity having a reference to the widget if it's valid. Unless... it could be a dispatch, maybe? Rather than the entity needing to hold a reference to it to then do the shit, the widget could then... the widget could just subscribe to the on removed or on added events. Actually, I kind of like that better. Because we've got to think, what are there more of? Widgets or entities? And does every entity need an empty pointer to a widget if there are like 1 million entities? That's like 8 megabytes. Season 2 kind of kill Westworld. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind Season 2 that much. It still wasn't like... I don't know, I feel like the thing about Westworld Season 1 was the, like, the narrative structure of it. Or, like, you know, the big reveal at the end. Which, I won't spoil it, but, like... you know what I mean? Like, the sort of, it was very, like... it was very... Chris Nolan-esque. Even though Jonathan Nolan wrote it. It's very Nolan-esque, I guess you could say. Because it's like, you know, you use the advantages of the medium, that being a linear, you know, you watch it from start to finish. You manipulate that to reflect the perception of the characters, or, you know, the character. So, like, Memento, the character has short-term memory loss, so the whole movie plays backward, scene from scene, or scene by scene, because the character has short-term memory loss, so he doesn't know what happened before. So by playing the movie in reverse, you don't know what happened before in the narrative, and that's how it all... So while the plot... well, not the plot. I mean, the plot... the plot... like the mystery to the audience, the intrigue to the audience progresses forwards as the narrative plays backwards. And that was kind of very much the same as Westworld, where, like, you know, machines and computers remember everything all at once kind of bullshit. Like, there is no past, present, future for a computer, you know? So that's why Westworld Season 1 was so good. But then, I mean, they kind of did something similar but different in Season 2. But then, I can't remember if I watched Season 3. I don't know. I think they should have just left it. I think the end of Season 1 was like, just leave it there. Like, it's done. You've said it's, you know what I mean? Anyway, I need to pee. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. Picos. So what did I decide on? We wanted to do the widget subscribes to events on the dude. But for now, we're just gonna raw dog it. So we just say entity socket. This one, just do the entity icon. Bam. You then get initialized. Entity object is initialize Picos widget. If it has the thing in the index, that is the thing. Right, so this should initialize. Let me also just do entity. Actually, entities already get assigned a random debug color. So let's go to entity icon. Entity icon widget. And let's just go to the initialize. Any object, get the grid. Blah blah, size override, set brush from material, Charlie ball. Pretty sure. Yeah, whatever. Can I just get the entity? Get entity object real. Get debug color. Just fucking do that. Just whatever. Border outline, mate. You know what? You can be that as well. Update quantity, whatever. Construct PyCos widget if you've got them. If you don't, that'll just complete. Cool. Alright, so our character has color. Cool. Backpack isn't getting added. That's because I'm stupid. Play character. Add entity at index. Bam bam. Right, yeah, okay. For now, we're just gonna put the reference on the entity for now. Just for now, just for now. And then on update relevant UI, we can then get the entity icon widget and just like fucking initialize it again, whatever. If valid. Very messy, very messy. Entity object is self. Is it parent most entity? I mean, in this case it is, but it's like... Well, I can do self get parent most PyCos container. Is this equal to this? Son of a bitch. There you go. So then, fuck. When I add the PyCos thing, base container object on entity stored here, get the parent most entity of the entity, update relevant UI, that will then... What the fuck? There we go. And then this will do the thing again. Here's your thing. There's all your shit. Do the stuff. For each thing. I probably want to just clear all. Can you do like clear? No, I'd have to clear the... Well, this is just setting stuff. PyCos widgets would then get It would be the... No, because these are all in a whole thing. They're in the size box, but if I cleared the size box, we would get rid of that. This is dumb. Right, because in here, we are doing it... Create this one. We actually just want to get this. Create widget this way. Then do that. Then we've got a ref to it. But I feel like now I'm just doodle dicking, you know? I feel like if I just did this properly, it would be easier. I feel like if I just wasn't stupid, then we'd be fine. You know what I mean? AI will take over soon. If only. Because this is then going to construct the PyCos widget. For this. Which for the grid... Ah. For the grid? Well, no, because it's supposed to do... Well, yeah, that does fucking nothing. What the fuck is wrong with me? Container static data. Does the container not have... Base entity container object, blah blah blah. Grid container, blah 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 blah. Widget. This one. Grid container template. Duh. Entity grid container object. Oh, this gets set after it gets thingoed. Before it gets initialized. Wait, before it gets initialized. Entity, object, PyCos, initialize PyCos. You will... Right, on initialize we put the static data into it. Makes sense. Like so. Okay, that's fine. Grid container template. Okay. Entity icon widget class. Entity icon, whatever. Alright, I need to take a break. I need to break a take. I need to take. I need to break. So I'll probably be back in about 8 hours. Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah. 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 I think I just need to. I just like when I kind of get not in the zone, but like when I get in the zone, I kind of end up rushing just so I can see something, you know, so I can see something, knowing that I'm just going to have to go back and redo it anyway. But I think I just need to just go from the grounder, you know, slowly, steady, slow but steady. And just make sure everything is well defined, that I know what the hell's going on, and take it from there. Good progress? Yeah, it was pretty decent. I mean, we talked about a lot of stuff. We did the tags, conditional tags and stuff. Yeah, I'm still trying to think how I want to do the widget construction. Because I think you're right. I think the entity having a direct reference to the widget doesn't make heaps of sense. It should be the widget's job to pull data from the entity. Because there's always going to be less widgets than there are entities. Or less active widgets. So I think we just make a dispatch for onEntity added to container, onEntity removed from container. And then obviously the widget can just subscribe to the onEntity refreshed as well. To update its material and whatnot, if it needs to, or if it needs to recalculate the thumbnail or something. Then in terms of actually, let's say we open our equipment for the first time. We need to create our character's entity icon, which is a character. Then that character will spawn all of its PyCos widgets inside itself, which will be, for now, just the equipment UI shit. And that will all get initialized. It will figure out which index is which tag and that kind of shit. Then I guess that's the other, that's probably why the icon wasn't showing up. Then for each slot on that equipment widget, if they have a valid entity in that slot, they need to initialize that entity icon. Then those entity icons will initialize their PyCos widgets. So for the backpack, it would make its own grid, put the grid inside itself. Then it would go through any entities that are in the backpack grid, or like, you know, per PyCos. The PyCos would then say, yeah, we've got arrows here, and we've got these here, and it would create widgets for all of them at the right locations. And then so on, so on. If they had PyCos, if they had things in the PyCos, blah, 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 blah. So we'd essentially end up constructing our overall widget. That's the easy part. But then if we want to... Well, I guess because all the widgets are actually parented to one another. If we wanted to remove the backpack or move the backpack from our what's it called? From our back to our hands, we would call, well, on removed. Well, I mean, nothing can ever be removed. Do you know what I mean? Items can't just be removed. Unless they're being moved into the world where they spawn their own actor. Then it can be removed. So that's different. Because if something is removed without being moved or placed somewhere else, it has been... Yeah. Yeah, if we move a backpack from our equipment PyCos to our hand PyCos, then all we need to do is just reparent the widget. I wonder if you clear... If there's any UI people in the chat, if you clear a widget, like you call clear child or clear children or whatever the thing is for like a canvas panel, does that destroy the widget immediately, like ready it for garbage collection? Or if I cleared it, yeah, that's my question. Does clearing a widget kill it? Is that the same as destroy? I guess I could do like a little like just on the widget base class, be like, no one holds a reference, it goes to garbage collection. What if within the same frame we add it somewhere else? Does it get flagged immediately for garbage collection so that it can't then be added? Because then it would say, oh, you tried to reference something that was, you know, marked for garbage collection or something. Do you know what I mean? It's safe within the same frame. Okay. That should be fine then. So if we want to move it from here to there in the same frame, we could clear it from where it was before and then move it, then add it, you know, to the other one without needing to reconstruct it, is what I'm saying. But then how do we know if an item already has a widget that... You know what I mean? That's kind of why I think that having the entity reference the widget... No, because it's really about the parentmost PyCos, isn't it? Parentmost entity. Set a local variable... Yeah. Next frame goes... Yeah. Yeah, I can doodle with it. It should be, like, pretty apparent if it will let me or not. But yeah, I'm just... maybe I do just want to reconstruct it when I move it. Because I'm just thinking if I've got my inventory open and someone puts something in my backpack that didn't previously have a widget, then on added, nothing's going to be like, oh, I just got added here, you know? Nothing's going to subscribe to that. Unless we notify the, unless it's the PyCos that is doing the subscribing. So every item within the PyCos, or like the PyCos subscribes to every contained items on removed delegate. And then on... If an item just gets added... No, but... Do you know what I mean? When you use on inventory updated dispatcher, reconstruct the parent widget when the dispatcher called. So that's what I'd usually do. I'd just be like, yeah, get the parent most entity, reconstruct the entire bad boy. Which, like, I haven't had issues with, and it is technically, like, the safest way to do it, in terms of, like, you can't get any weird duplicates or ghost items and that kind of shit. It's just, I'm thinking just for, like... I don't know, it feels wrong. Like, if I move an apple up 1 square, we reconstruct the entire thing, you know? So it should be up to the container PyCos to subscribe to the items delegates. But then when we add something, because there's no way for us to check. Like for example, let's say we want to move something from... Let's say we've got 2 windows open. We've got, like, our character and another character. And we want to drag something from them to us. Then... I update the relevant UI, not all the UIs. Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, we could just reconstruct all the children from that point when an item gets added. But I'm just thinking, like, if the widget already existed over, you know, on this container, and we move it over to this one, kind of feels weird to reconstruct, like, to create that widget again. Or again, like, if we... Because that's why it would kind of be easier to know if they're... for the entities to know if they have a widget referencing them. You know what I mean? Because we can then just be like, oh yeah, update this backpack for each entity in the thing and the entities within the entities. Do they have a valid widget? If no, create the widget. If yes, just leave it or move the widget to where it should be. An inventory updater should hold the address inside it. Yeah. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I think I'll figure it out. I'll need to think about it, I think. I'll need to try and use the brain. Because again, there's no real way for us to know if the widget has already been constructed for this item or this entity or whatever. Unless the entity has a reference to the widget. Because then it can just be like, is widget valid? If it is, we just use that one. We just move it here and set it to visible. But that's like if we have a million entities and each entity has an empty widget pointer, that's like fucking 8 megabytes of memory that's just doing nothing. Maybe we can just say when something gets added, we just reconstruct it again. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Well, a hitch is what could happen, because we'd potentially be reconstructing hundreds of widgets. Because if we had let's say we have a chest, right? We have 2 chests, as in like crate, like storage chests. In one chest, we have this giant traveler's backpack that has a shit ton of, different icons and PyCos and blah, 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 blah. And we just want to drag that entire backpack into this one. You know what I mean? It's like we can't just move the icon, because we technically don't know that that icon exists from the entity's perspective. We could do... No, that wouldn't work. Oh, we could... Okay, but hold on. We could... I don't like that, though. That means we have to pass through irrelevant shit all the time. Ah, well... No, we could just have an additional function. Because I was thinking, if we just added a widget reference to the on-item added to contain a function, if that widget reference was valid, then we fucking, I don't know, do something with that reference. We pass that through and we add that to the thing. If it isn't valid, then we create it and that kind of shit. Like if it wasn't valid beforehand. That kind of feels weird. Because it's one thing to be able to like drag and drop it from there to there, and it's like, yeah, we can get the thing that we dropped, like drag dropped, send that through, added, blah blah blah. That's all good. I can do it then. But then it's like, if another character picked up something that had a widget that was valid, like it hadn't been cleaned up yet, and then moved it and added it to our backpack that we had open, how would it know, how would it get that widget from somewhere unless the entity had a reference to its widget? You know what I mean? I don't have to do with like race conditions and shit. I guess we could send through a reference to the widget if the item gets added. Then if it isn't valid, do the thing. And then that could just like, that could shoot off a delegate. And that delegate could contain the widget reference. So then if the Picos receives an items on added to Picos dispatch, it would then also have with it a reference to the widget that was passed through. If it isn't valid, the Picos then constructs the entity's widget and adds it. If it is valid, it just adds the widget. That's what we do. The only downside is that we have to add an extra pointer to the onItemAdded function. But, you know, fuck it, that's fine. And that would solve our issue of not having to have a reference on every single item or every single entity to a widget that may or may not exist. Is by just passing it through in the added function. That should be easy. Someone write that down. Someone remember that, because I won't. But, you know. Nearly midnight here. Go to bed, Aussies. Bro, it's like 10 a.m. What are you talking about? It's 10 a.m. on Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Literally, actually, Wednesday. It's like early morning. Yeah, I can't wait to eat some noodles. Hell yeah. Sometimes I think about moving to Australia, but I don't like bugs much. So you don't think about moving to Australia. There aren't actually that many bugs here. We get like mosquitoes and house spiders and that's it. Unless you go into the desert, then you get like some fucked up shit. Because the ones there are eat your face? Not really. I mean, no, everything's dangerous in Australia. Yo, drop bears and bunyips and I don't know, kangaroos. Something kangaroos tear your guts out, something. And scallywags, that's right. In Brisbane, I saw a massive spider web with a bird in it. There were many spiders eating it. Oh yeah, that's just bird-eating spiders, though. They're not human-eating spiders. They're called bird-eating spiders. But again, that's up in Brisbane. That's like where it's hot. That's where the fucked up shit is. You gotta come down south. Southeast. Victoria, lower New South Wales. That's where, like... You know. It's not hot. It's not humid. There aren't as many crackheads everywhere. It's pretty normal. It's quite normal. Well, anyway. Are you talking something about widget states? Can a widget reflector? Can widget reflector help? I don't know. What is widget reflector? Tell me about it. I'm listening. Baponpa. Do you have problems with Niagara Vector 4 sampling when making your interaction plugin? I didn't. I believe. No. What's the issue? Something new for debugging UMG Slate. It's really nice. It's nice, but what does it do? Is it just like the current state of all widgets on screen and shit? Mine is writing out the R channel of my texture sample to all RGBA channels instead of writing out RGBA to RGBA. It could be sample text to 2D node error, not returning all the colors it should. Okay, so you're doing a Niagara texture sample. Reflects widgets, yeah, thanks. Let me open the... You know what? I'm not going to finish the stream. Fuck finishing the stream. I'm just going to keep going. I'm not even tired. I'm just hungry. So I might just cook noodles and then come back. It's only 10 a.m. I've still got like another 12 hours in me. What's 12 plus 6? 21? We'll do an 18-hour stream today, I think. Let me just check this Niagara thing. Do empty, bam, finish. So example, do the grid. Modify center render target. Yeah, gotcha. So just do one particle update, do a little scratchy boy. We do texture sample. Texture sample. Sample. Sample texture 2D. Oops. Sample texture 2D. And the value is vector 4. Okay. What are you setting it, or like what are you doing to it. If that makes sense. Are you setting it again as a vector 4? Because I think you can actually... If this wasn't a... Yeah. No, you'd notice that. Just say reducing draw calls mapping material project setup with Android OpenGL settings, but Unreal just keeps crashing when I add more than 4 materials to the function. You might need to set your texture samples to shared wrap. Set it to a vector 4 and keep it in the stack context for future simulation stages. Okay. Yeah, and that would be a vector 4. Huh. But yeah, sorry, Mr. Frep, we go to here, in here where it says sampler source, chuck that on shared wrap and see if that helps for like all of your textures. Yeah. I think I'm a bit behind. Yeah, just here, down here in this one. This bad boy. But I don't know if that would work with... It should work with OpenGL. Oh, good. Yeah, let me know if that works. Otherwise... I don't know. I haven't used the Android settings and whatnot. So I set it to vector 4, keep it in the stack context. Yeah, so it would be there, would be in here, we'd be able to access it. Use execution index to iterate over the cells of 2D grid and sample over the UVs. Yeah. Are you possibly... Let's get grid. Grid 2D collection. Just sample. Are you potentially not recalling the sample previous grid vector 4 value and instead using a sample, float or something by accident? I've run into that one a bit when I've changed stuff. Like I've changed the value here, but I didn't change this node. You aim more than 4 for my buildings. Yeah. It's the sample previous vector 4. I would try debugging it by just wherever you're sampling the texture, chuck that straight into the final value and disable all the other modules that would modify it, and then just print that to the render target and see, so you can kind of pinpoint where it's turning into a grayscale thinger. That would be my suggestion. Usually my suggestion is get good. Get good, scrub. I'm just kidding. Just a joke, just a joke. Unless. Nah, people love being told to get good. Like, after you give them good advice, you know. Or after you give them advice, full stop. If someone's like, oh, how do I make a game? And then you just say, get good, idiot. It's like, no, that's terrible. But if you say, well, you could do this and you could do this, and then after that point, it's just up to you to get good, scrub. That's motivation. Yo, gotta go fast as fuck, boy. Yeah, give them the tools to get good themselves, and then tell them to get good. Get good, nerd. Alright, I'm gonna go and cook lunch real quick, or cook noodles. Do I even want noodles? I could do gyozas. I do have frozen gyozas and carrots, broccoli, kale. Actually, I might not have kale. I've got heaps of soy sauce, though. Yeah, I think I'll do gyozas. They're kind of quicker. Simple colors working when plugged directly in. Okay, that's good, that's good. So now just move on to the next module. And then you'll be able to isolate progressively. Because at some point it'll turn grayscale and you'll be like, oh fuck. It's somewhere in here, and then look in there and figure out where it's getting doodled with. Some previous vector. Ah, I getcha. Maybe the name is incorrect? No, that wouldn't make sense. Because I can do other operations in a single simulation stage. Double buffering thing I'm doing. Gotta do a foliage buffer. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, you could do it in a single sim stage. If it's something just like wind, so like wind, like this. Yeah, because Niagara is automatically double buffered. Well, sorry, Niagara Grid is double buffered. You can always get the previous stages one, which in some cases is the previous frames one. Because yeah, actually, my wind sim is done in one stage, actually. About because of the grid 2D plus render target? No, because it's just double buffered, full stop. That's what the sample previous Vec 4. It's essentially like pane. Let's say we were doing an operation. So we've got all our pixels. And whatever. Zoom in a bit. Let's say we wanted to get like neighboring pixels and like do a blur over time. So the current values are like whatever this is. And so as we go through, if it wasn't double buffered, if we were just doing it in place, there would be a weird bias, because this one would be like, oh yeah, you know, my neighbors are mostly orange, so I'm going to be slightly orange. But then when we do this orange one, it will be using that new value to determine what its average surrounding color is, which is incorrect. So by using previous simulation, we do, you know, we're getting, like, essentially we cache every pixel's value, and then operate on each pixel based on the previous pixels, or the pixel's previous state. So when this one gets turned slightly orange, when this one is getting its average surrounding colors, this one will be purple, like it was earlier. So it won't have its new state applied to it. Now, if you need to do a triple buffer, then it gets real fucked up. Or at least it gets kind of confusing. So my water is triple buffered, because we need the previous frame's height map to subtract from the propagated ripples, so that it doesn't, like, so that the ripples don't ripple, if that makes sense. Like if I had a ripple ring, and then I froze it, and then I said ripple, and then the ripple would ripple back in, kind of, you know what I mean? There isn't a single RT UE keeps track of the previous frame's data. Yeah, so Niagara will track all of that. And then the benefit is that you don't have to draw to the render target. Like, you operate less on the render target, because all of the back-end calculation shit is just done straight in the Niagara system. And so you only have to draw to the render target once at the very end of the calculation. And you also don't have to read from the render target ever again. So the render target can just be purely an output from the Niagara system. Unless you wanted to share it between different emitters and stuff. Which kind of gets a little bit funky, but yeah, if we go to my the Prismatica thing, you can see that mine is just 1 giga system, or 1 giga emitter, called Grid 2D Example for some fucked up reason. But the reason for this is that we can just, presuming that all of that is stored in the same, like, VRAM chunk, we can just get the wind grid and draw the wind grid values to the water grid values. Or we could get the deform input and draw that to the wind grid input without any need for, like, readings from the render targets. Because that would then require all of the wind to be done first, and then all of the deform... Well, sorry, all of the deform to be done first, and then all the deforms done first, that would then output to the render target, then doing all of the wind stuff, which would then read from the render target. But it's like, we don't want to use the final deform output, we only want to use the input deform thing. What about move, write your own fluids instead of sticking with Fluid Ninja? Fluid Ninja's expensive. Fluid Ninja's expensive. Like, cost-wise. And probably more than this, like, performance-wise. This is very much like a... It's like designed for games first and cool shit second. Whereas I think Fluid Ninja is... like, it's amazing, but it's kind of like... I don't know. Intimidating. Whereas this is very plug and play. It's just like, add component to character. Character now draws to every simulation. Reference the simulations in materials as textures, you know, as render targets, and that's it. That's the whole shebang. But I mean, AK, the creator of Fluid Ninja, is the one that taught me, or at least pointed me in the direction of Niagara grids in the first place. Plus, this is kind of more centered around foliage interaction. Like, you know, pivot painted interaction per leaf, but like all using just these textures kind of bullshit. No bones. All GPU, baby. Yo, who up making a stateless interaction system infinitely scalable, etc. Yo, who up infinitely scaling they interaction without state? State is for the weak. I'm just going to say it right now. Yo, who up not having Prismatica on the marketplace yet? Yeah, well, you know what? Fuck you. No, it's not. It's no one's fault but Epic. Because their marketplace review thing is just terrible. It's actually been like 4 weeks since I submitted it. And 2 of those, like the first review, completely valid. You know, there was the copyright wasn't there to begin with, whatever. There was something else. The engine version wasn't explicitly specified in the C++ and whatever. You know, that's all fine. But from then on, absolute shit show. Absolute shit show. Back, what you doing? Not much, you. Did Epic get back to you? Not yet, not yet. Actually, I don't even want to check my fucking email. I checked earlier this morning, so it probably hasn't. Yeah. You know, I said issues with migrating materials in UE. Materials seem to stop referencing functions once migrated. Are you also migrating the functions? Although I guess you wouldn't want to migrate the functions if they're like engine functions. Migrating everything. Everything. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Do you mean migrating between projects, or you're just moving them around the one project? Also, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna cook those gyozas, and then we're just gonna get stuck back into it. We're gonna do more PyCos. So, the gyozas. Gyoza. Yeah. The gyozas, mate. Hello. I have returned. With gyoza. Yum. Gyozai. Gyozas. What's the plural of gyoza? One gyoza? Two gyozai? Also, I know it's just gyoza. It's just a joke. Just joking. Just doing joke. Just trying to be funny so you like me. Mmm. Hell yeah. Yo, what's a picos? We're about to find out what a picos is. 260. God damn. Mmm. I was going to have a lot to do with the Japanese grammar lessons. True. Don't get started on Japanese and plurals of things. That shit's crazy. Content Prismatica maps. Cool. Yo, why is it Minecraft? There we go. Oh, why is it Minecraft? Cool. Okay, so what is a picos? What's a picos? So basically, each of these the entity socket list, we'd actually need to get the widgets owning picos container. That's just a generic. We could. No, because they have a tag and an index, don't they? So we can actually do that in here. Nice entity socket list. Entity socket widget list. And then for each socket, get the tags. Tag? Socket tag. We then want to get the owning picos container. And... shit, can I do a lookup? Static data. Container slot data. We basically need to... because you don't really care what index and shit. We just want to when init. Oh. Shit, where is it? Oh god. Here we go. We've got the socket tag. We've got this. We can then, for each of them, let's just do a new function called fuck. Hold on. You know what? Fuck it. Just for each. Just straight up equals or hashtag. That's a data struct. This needs to get the tags. Tag? No, break? What the fuck is in here? There we go. Salt tags has tag socket tag has all tags. Exact match. If true, then get the index. That should be for each with break. Well, no, you know what? This can all go in the function. Tag is you. Then we want to, instead of doing this shit, instead of doing that shit, we just want to say for each thing, get index from tag, get the socket tag, bam. We want to set on the this. Set the index. Easy mode. So that's never getting called. Update all equipment slots. That should be getting called on initialize. Probably. Son of a bitch. Why are you not getting... Hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Ah. Get list of all socket things. This needs to get done on initialize. Also, equipment component isn't real. You can fuck off. Why are you angry then? Generic equipment component. Get list of all socketed things. Equipment component. Right, because you're the equipment component. You're not real anymore. You're not real. Alright, so that's fine. This should now get called. Bam, 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 bam. Why'd that only get called once? That should get called multiple times. Mm-hmm. Okay, no, it does get called multiple times. Yep. Cool, cool. So that's on its first initialization, but then... let's just do a little delay. 1 second, add the backpack wherever it can fit. Add entity at index. This does the thing. That doesn't update it though. So that isn't actually going to... yeah, whatever. It's actually not actually going to put anything in the thing because it's like, hey... What if I just do this again in it? Just fucking init this again. Whatever. Maybe it'll hold a reference after the delay. Probably not. It shouldn't. If I just reinitialize it, then it gets angry. Wow. Pre-construct Ds, you know? Most less time was spent dealing with angry code in general. Yeah, you know. It is what it is. Right, let's think for a moment. Let's say we open our inventory. We make... Well, our inventory is just our entity characters widget. It's a lot of soy sauce. Holy shit. I'm probably gonna die. All right. Let's do this properly now. So, create entity icon widget. Was it supposed to be done by the entity itself? Or did we say it was something else that... It doesn't matter where it's created. Fuck it. As long as it is created. We just need a PyCos. Base entity container object. Event graph. Nothing here. Cool. So when we add entity at index, we would want to incoming entity object, set the array element, blah, 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 blah. We may want to optional, or just the entity widget. Yeah. So we want an event. We want to make a dispatcher called on entity added at index. We want to... How the fuck do I add, like, the signature and stuff to it? Cool. No, but that doesn't have any shit. If I wanted to assign... That doesn't... No, I'd need to, Actually, can I get signature from... functions? I can. On entity stored here? No, can't I do add entity at index? What the fuck? Or is it because it can't have a return? So, for this PyCos, We can now subscribe to when an entity gets added at index. If widget is valid, well, when, you know, if we were the PyCos widget, we could then say, if valid, attach here. If invalid, make the damn widget. And we have this as well. And the index. Although I'd probably not want to use this index. I'd probably want to... Well, it would be correct, so... Yolla. And we'd want to do a on remove entity. Although this does have an output. Maybe I'd want to do a separate... You know what I mean? So maybe I'll do on entity added at index. On entity added at index, here's the thing. Here's the index. Here's the entity widget. WBP widget. Widget. Entity widget? Entity WBP. Entity icon. So fucking dumb. Let's call it entity icon widget. And entity icon widget. Or entity widget icon. So then we just tell it that it's now contained in here. But we need to call this. So let's kill that real quick. New dispatcher. Item or on item added delegate. You're going to copy the signature from on entity added at index. Then when we call on entity added at index, we call this. Bam. Schwam. Slamma jamma. Bam. And that would just tell anything that fucking cares, hey, this bad boy just got added. Right. Yeah. 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 Cool. So when we add entity at index, we want to call on added on entity added at index. Bam, 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 bam. Like this. You can just live up there, why not? You're fine. Good on you, mate. Good on you, mate. You know what, just do this real quick. Cool. Or should I go up here? That looks better. I think that looks better. And you can go up top. Okay. And you can like just like, yeah, and then you cool. On remove entity. add entity at index, remove entity, full stop. And it will, because it has a quantity, and it blah, 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 blah. Cool. We don't have to pass a widget reference because the widget itself would probably subscribe to that. The entity... So the PyCost widget needs to subscribe to the when something gets added, but the entity itself needs to know when it gets removed. Mm-hmm. Why don't I just have add entity at index call the delegate directly? Why the fuck do I have two functions? Add entity at index, this one. Oh, because we extend it. No, that shouldn't matter. If we're adding entity at index, we've done all the checks and it's passed them all, and we're definitely adding it. Right, this changes depending on some shit. So this actually gets overridden. If trying to pass the previous grid float values separately results in the same channels, can a grid 2D only have one float associated? No, you can have infinite amounts of variables per grid, or like per grid index. Maybe try instead of using stack context, try doing the input as just a variable, and then in the stack manually assign it the variable that you want. So rather than getting from stack context, try getting an input, but then setting that input to be the stack context thingo. Also, which engine version are you in? Maybe that has something to do with it. I love sesame seeds. Add entity at index. That will do the thing. Then we call on entity added at index. But if we're going to override that, I might forget to do this. You know? Because I'm dumb as hell. How do I ensure that I don't forget to do this? Maybe by just not being dumb as fuck, possibly. Or maybe we say this isn't the inherent behavior of the function. Yeah. This is on entity added at index, we can just grab this out. Actually, you know what? Just fucking expand dong. That can just yeet. On entity added at index, you can fuck off. Although now this delegate is going to have the wrong signature. This should be an add entity at index. Don't, you son of a bitch. 5.3.0, okay. Yeah, try manually assigning and see what happens. There we go. That's all good, that's all good. That's what I'm here for. That's why they call me Mr. Streamer Man. I think. Widget Cascade, do you ever find the spine trying to compress or bow out? It makes it look like my character's clenching them cheeks really hard. So I'm constantly staring at that butt to make sure he's popping the booty in the proper manner. I have run into that. Although it kind of happens with all IK rigs. Are you using the auto pose tool? Or are you just using the nodes or even the box controllers? Rougher with auto posing, then I usually can up all the spines. Gotcha. Yeah, I can remember running into stuff like that. I'm pretty sure, maybe in the latest version, they've made the tools a bit easier. I know you can, like, adjust the auto pose stuff to some extent. So that it doesn't, like, you know, completely eat ass. Also, I still don't have the, I still don't have the latest version. I should probably update. Go to site. Are you trying to load something? No, just check. Yo, he bullying? I think for their model, it wouldn't be much of an issue. I know it's an issue if you do like this kind of thing a lot. Yo. Pog? Yo, literally me? Not actually me. Unless... Nice. Let me see if it happens on my dude. If I use auto posing, which I rarely do, because I'm usually doing like mocap cleanup. But if I did, how would you go? Yeah, it's only if I like compress it that it will. I mean, even that looks fine. Obviously, it would depend on. Yo, hello, what the fuck? Yeah, even that's anatomically correct. Now I'm just asking it to do stupid shit. Okay, maybe that's not anatomically correct. Oops. No, what's the... It's Shift Z, isn't it? Oh, fuck. Anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can adjust, like, the kind of... the strengths or the stiffness of the auto pose stuff. Yeah. Forget to make us and jealous. I've been working on all the attack animals for the past month. They're just constantly bugging out. Yeah, it can definitely make things easier. Especially the Cascadeur update that released yesterday has like mocap unbaking or animation unbaking. So it will like it will find where keyframes should go in a baked animation and just you can basically just like put in something straight from Mixamo or that you've got from like a marketplace asset pack and you can just yeet it into Cascadeur and it's like, or it like it'll essentially go through and like basically make it so that it's as though you were using what am I trying to say? It's as though you've got almost like the session files from whoever, like wherever the animation came from, which is real cool. That's also something I think, like animation packs on the marketplace should contain a folder of like the blend files or like the whatever they animated the shit in. Not as like a requirement, but I feel like people should do that. So if people want to make changes to their animations, they can just open up the session file. At least that's what I'll be doing when I open source this project. Everyone can just get all my Cascadeur files and fuck around with them. Did you find your mocap secondhand? Yeah, I found it for, I think it was 1,000 Australian, so like 600 America. It was a Rococo suit. Rococo, it's not too bad. I mean, it's better than like a AI video converter, whatever. And it's good for like short animation captures. Anything like longer than 10 or 15 seconds, it starts to kind of drift out of sync. Like positional drift. But everything else is pretty solid. You just gotta use its... play to its strengths. I'm totally stuck on how I want to do this shit. Base entity container, blah, blah, blah. Or do I just want to call on entity added? Do I want to call that and not forget to do it each time? You know what I mean? Or do I want to do a sub? Do I want to do a function in here called, you know, fucking add entity at index actually add entity at index function that gets overridden when we blah blah blah. Oh, this is like the stupidest little thing, but I can't decide. Probably ought to just scrap the whole thing and use Marketplace plugin. Yeah, exactly. Just need to use RPG Inventory Ultimate Plus Pro. Ultimate Pro Plus, sorry. Whoops, my internet's dying. Let's lower that bitrate. It has recovered. That's great. Classic Australia. Add entity, add index. Do the shit. Then don't forget to call. I'll call it add entity at index. Description. Don't forget to call on added. You know what I mean? Which then does that. Excuse me. Fuck off. There you go. And then that calls the delegato. The delegato. Shit's dumb. Anyway, so we've now got this on entity added at index, except we would now need to go into the grid container PyCos. And what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, yeah, yeah. That's fine. Fuck off. Bam, bam. Entity object. What the fuck? There you go. No, but we don't even know if it has a widget because we don't know if it has a widget. Because what if the widget just isn't what if it's... Yeah, no, okay. I'm going in circles. This is all just to avoid the entity having a reference to a widget. Is this big fuck around even worth it? Like, delegate these nuts, you know? More like deligma. Deligmate. What did we say it was? 8 megabytes? If we have 1 million objects that have an empty reference in them? But is there any way around this? Is on item added delegate? Because it's the entity itself that is... Well, no, it is another PyCos. But that PyCos doesn't have a reference to the fucking widget. We could find the widget by looking through fucking everything, but then it's just, like, very expensive. But 8 megabytes is nothing to scoff at, you know? Do we just reconstruct the entire widget chain? Fuck it, we ball. Every time anything gets added, we reconstruct the entire thing. Get. So on entity added at index. No, we don't even know if there is a... Usually I recommend making the whole system on purpose. Yeah. I feel like I've done that at least 1.5 times now, though. All right, let's say... Okay, so let's go through it again. We press the inventory button, or the character button, which has our inventory in it. What we do is we spawn a widget, our character's entity widget, which by default is just a little square, maybe with a thumbnail of our character. But when we initialize it, it will look for... It will say, okay, for each PyCos that I have, it is going to spawn its own widget and smack itself somewhere on my thing. So this would then make this real big. And it would then have the equipment slots, right? Equipment slots, blah, 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 whatever. Cool. Because the equipment PyCos just made its own widget and added it to that one. So then for each of the things in the equipment widget, they run the same thing. So if this is valid, if its reference to an entity is valid, aka we're wearing a helmet, then it would say, okay, well, does the helmet have any PyCos? And do those PyCos have any widgets? If yes, spawn the widgets, whatever. So basically, when we get to the backpack would say, okay, yep, I'm the backpack. Here's my backpack icon. Backpack icon is then going to say, do I have PyCos? Yes, I do. I have a grid PyCos thing. It's going to spawn its widget in the backpack. And then that widget is going to get everything within that PyCos and spawn it and blah, 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 and then they run that same thing, right? So it's this huge, like, recursive widget builder shit. Which can, you know, the scale could be very large. So I want to, rather than, let's say we got this backpack in our thing with the stuff, and maybe we've got multiple characters open at once. Maybe this is like our squad inventory that has everyone's character with all their stuff and whatever. Rather than when I move this apple from here to there, rather than saying, get the parent-most entity and just fucking redo everything, you know, does all this shit, I just want to be like, you know what? We can just remove this widget, and we can just re-add the same widget at this location without altering anything else. But I can't do that unless the entity has a reference to its own widget. But the reason I don't want to have that reference on the widget is that it adds extra memory consumption. In theory. How can I let this Picos know that we moved this, but it already has a widget? Like, we added this, but it's already got a widget, without having the entity reference the widget. Keeping in mind, like, it's easy if we move it from, like, from our UI, right? But what if, like, a character just comes up behind us and they just say, hey man, here's an apple, and they just put an apple in our backpack? We'd need to update the widgety doodad. I don't think there's any other way, other than reconstructing everything from the ground up every single time. Which, again, as soon as we have enough things on screen, that it then... Well, okay, we could do it so that we only refresh it from this container downwards, if something gets added to it, rather than doing the entire thing. But again, that's like, if we have a bunch of stuff all doing shit, and we move our helmet, or whatever, we don't want it to refresh everything in the backpack and all that kind of shit. Because, like, if there isn't much going on, it's fine. Like, it's not even going to stutter on the weakest computer. But as soon as someone with, like, a less powerful computer has heaps of shit on the screen, it means every time they move something small around, it's going to cause a hitch, which is really annoying. think we just fucking give them a reference to their widget, honestly. It's only 8 megabytes if there's a million of them. It's not too bad, right? Right. But then it's like if I do that with a lot of other variables, then it's like, well, fuck. All of a sudden we've just got like 500 megabytes of empty variables. I could... I don't know why I didn't think of this. I could just have a... I could have a player widget manager component that everything gets run through. And then anytime a widget gets constructed, we store... Or can you just get all widgets? Get all widgets of class that are currently not just visible, but like that exist? Because we... but doing that for like everything sounds like a big dick pain. Biggest dickest penis. So you have to be like, this thing got added here. Get all widgets of class. Not top level only. Widget class. Entity. And then fucking for each. Does it equal? Well, for each. Does the entity object equal the one that just got added? I mean, we'd only have to do that once per transfer. So it could be a cycle of like 100 things. It's obviously better than... It's better than reconstructing everything. Maybe that could be... We'd have to do that every time something gets added. It's actually not too bad. Because we'd have to do that if any of these return true, then get that reference, and then just move that to the thing. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I'd also need to give widgets a timer before they get destroyed rather than get hidden. Because like, let's say we've got a chest and another character takes it out of the chest and then puts it in our backpack. Then the widget would disappear for a moment while it's in his hands. But then we get it added. Fuck. Maybe this could be a good workaround for now. Get all widgets of class. And then just look for one that... Yeah. Do you use behavior trees for your AI, or do you build AI functionality through blueprints of behavior trees more efficient? It really depends. Personally, I have used behavior trees. There's some things that are nice about them, but there's also some things that are very... You've got to like jump through hoops to kind of make them do anything complex. I'm going to be trying out state trees after this refactor is done. Hopefully by the end of the month. But yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of my AI will just be kind of custom. Or like the actual thinking will be done by a custom system, which will then spit out a state tree behavior to run or to be running, which will handle the, you know, the navigation and, oh, if we get interrupted, then try and do this thing and, you know, override if we get in combat or something. But the actual, like, oh, I'm thirsty, I'm going to go and find water. Here's a list of things I need to do. That'll be done by a separate system. I like to think of behavior trees as like the legs of the AI, if that makes sense. So like the actual brain thinking stuff is done somewhere else. Usually you'd most likely do it in the controller, the AI controller. Which is like, why does an AI controller even exist? But, yeah, you do like the on visibility triggered. You know, add this character to the thing and set them as the target and whatever, and then your behavior tree would like do the thing. I don't know. I feel like behavior trees are pretty bad at decision making. But yeah. They're worth trying out. They're worth knowing at least. The things that I liked about behavior trees were the failure, like enter and exit conditions. So you could say, when we go down this branch, we want to toggle some, you know, toggle our movement speed to be faster. But then if at any point in this, like, you know, these branches, this condition fails, then it will go up and it will undo the, you know, the movement speed thing. If you implemented it to, you know, on exit, set the movement speed back to normal. And that's like regardless of where in that subtree it was. So that was one thing that I liked about it. But everything else I fucking hated about it. Alright, I think this is what I'm gonna have to do, but I think I'll do that when I get back. Tonight. Cause baby tonight, DJ got us falling in love again. Baby tonight. Ding ding again. Why is this one angry? What's your problem? Can't get a container with space and target Picos base entity, dude. Oh, well, fucking... Huh? Container with space? What do you mean, target? Add entity at index. Add entity at index. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? Entity grid container object. Yeah. Bruh. Oh, it's because that was... whatever. There is no return function. Yeah. Piss off. Why did the signature change? Oh, there we go. Also, I think this add entity index doesn't need the widget. I think that's silly. I think we just do a search through all of our stuff. Because how many widgets are we going to have on screen or alive for entities at any given time? Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up for today. I hope everyone has a great day. I will be back in 8 or 9 hours. So, yeah. With that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. No, 12 hours. Yeah, soz. I mean, we'll do 16 hours in one day, but with a break in between. It's a split shift.